Tonight, we are going to travel together through some of the most enduring mysteries in human history. We will visit cities that vanished without a clear explanation. We will walk through ruins that scholars have studied for centuries without arriving at complete answers. We will sit with questions that have outlasted empires, questions that may never be fully resolved, and we will find that there is something strangely comforting in that uncertainty. The ancient world is not finished speaking. It is simply speaking very slowly, in the language of stone and soil and careful excavation. You do not need to do anything but listen. Let the words wash over you. Let the images form gently in your mind. We are in no hurry tonight. Somewhere beneath the waters of the Mediterranean, beneath the sands of the Sahara, beneath the dense canopy of rainforests no road has yet reached, the past is waiting. It has been waiting for a very long time, and it is patient. We begin, as so many journeys into the ancient world must begin, with a story. A story told by a philosopher more than 2,000 years ago, a story so vivid and so detailed that it has never fully let go of the human imagination. Mystery 1. Atlantis. The philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis in two of his dialogues, texts known as Timaeus and Critias, composed around 360 BCE. He described it as a great naval power, a civilization of extraordinary wealth and sophistication, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which is what the ancient Greeks called the Strait of Gibraltar. According to Plato, Atlantis had existed approximately 9,000 years before his own time, which would place it around 11,000 years before the present day. He described a vast island, larger than Libya and Asia combined, home to a powerful empire that had dominated the Western Ocean and extended its reach into the Mediterranean world. Plato was specific in ways that set his account apart from ordinary myth. He described the city itself in remarkable architectural detail. He wrote of concentric rings of land and water surrounding a central island, of a great plain beyond the city, of canals and harbors, of temples covered in precious metals, of a palace complex at the heart of the civilization. He named the kings who ruled there. He described the island's geography, its mountains to the north, its fertile southern plain, its abundant forests. And then he described its end. In a single day and night of violent earthquakes and floods, he wrote, Atlantis sank beneath the sea. For more than 2 millennia, scholars, explorers, mystics, and adventurers have argued about what Plato meant. The debate has never really ended, and it has never really resolved, which is part of what makes Atlantis so persistently fascinating. There are broadly two camps in the scholarly conversation about Atlantis. The first holds that Plato invented it entirely, that Atlantis was a literary device, a philosophical allegory designed to illustrate his ideas about the dangers of hubris and moral corruption. In this reading, the Atlanteans began as a noble people, descended from the god Poseidon himself, but over generations they grew greedy and arrogant, and the gods punished them for it. The story, according to this view, was never meant to be taken as history. It was a parable, and a very effective one, as it turns out, since it has occupied human minds ever since. The second camp takes a different view. They point to the extraordinary specificity of Plato's account. Philosophical allegories do not typically include precise geographical coordinates, detailed architectural measurements, or named dynasties of kings. Something, they argue, must lie behind the story, even if the details have been exaggerated or distorted over centuries of retelling. The question is not whether Atlantis existed exactly as Plato described it, but whether there is a real historical event or a real place that planted the seed of the story. Several candidates have been proposed over the years, and each one is genuinely interesting in its own right. One of the most compelling involves the Minoan civilization, which we will return to later in our journey tonight, and specifically the catastrophic volcanic eruption of the island of Thera, known today as Santorini, which occurred around 1600 BCE. The eruption was one of the largest in human history. It destroyed much of the island, triggered massive tsunamis, and may have contributed to the collapse of Minoan culture. Some researchers have suggested that memories of this catastrophe, passed down through oral tradition and eventually reaching Greek ears, became the foundation of the Atlantis legend. The timeline does not match Plato's account precisely, but legends have a way of expanding and distorting with time. Other researchers have looked further afield. Some have proposed that Atlantis represents a cultural memory of lands that were genuinely submerged during the end of the last ice age, roughly 10 to 12,000 years ago, when rising sea levels flooded enormous areas of coastal land around the world. In this view, Atlantis is not one specific place, but a compressed memory of a general truth that civilization once flourished in places that the sea has since reclaimed. Expeditions have searched the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. Researchers have analyzed underwater formations near the Azores and the Canary Islands. Others have looked at the shallow waters of the Bahamas, where geometric formations known as the Bimini Roads sparked excitement in the late 1960s when divers discovered what appeared to be a perfectly flat, paved surface beneath the water. Geologists who examined the site concluded that the formation was natural, the result of beach rock fracturing along regular lines. But the debate about that site has never entirely ceased either. What is perhaps most remarkable about Atlantis is not the story itself, but the way it has functioned as a mirror for every era that has encountered it. Medieval scholars saw in it a confirmation of divine judgment. Renaissance thinkers mapped it onto the newly discovered Americas. 19th century occultists wove it into elaborate theories about root races and lost continents. 20th century writers placed it in the Caribbean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, off the coast of Japan, and in dozens of other locations. Each generation has found in Atlantis what it was already looking for. And so the mystery endures not because we lack evidence, but because the question itself seems to touch something essential about how human beings relate to the past. We sense, perhaps rightly, that history is larger than what we have managed to record. We feel the weight of all the things that have been lost, and Atlantis gives that feeling a name and a shape. The sea keeps its secrets well, and on that quiet thought, we move gently forward. Mystery 2. The collapse of the Indus Valley Civilization. There is a moment in the history of every great civilization when something shifts. When the thing that held everything together, the trade routes, the harvests, the common understanding of how life is supposed to work, begins to come apart. Sometimes that unraveling is dramatic and sudden. Sometimes it is so slow and quiet that the people living through it may not have fully recognized what was happening. The collapse of the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the largest and most sophisticated urban cultures of the ancient world, belongs to the slower, quieter kind of ending, and that quietness is part of what makes it so mysterious. The Indus Valley Civilization, sometimes called the Harappan Civilization after one of its major cities, flourished across a vast region encompassing much of what is today Pakistan and northwestern India. At its height, roughly between 2600 and 1900 BCE, it was home to an estimated 1 to 5 million people spread across hundreds of settlements, including large planned cities, smaller towns, and agricultural villages. It was, in terms of geographic extent, one of the three great civilizations of the ancient world, comparable in size to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, though far less well known in popular culture. What made the Indus Valley Civilization distinctive was not just its scale, but its character. Its cities were laid out on precise grid patterns, with streets running at right angles, drainage systems built of fitted brick that would not look out of place in a modern city, and standardized weights and measures suggesting a sophisticated and well-regulated economy. The city of Mohenjo-Daro, which we will explore in more detail in just a moment, contained a public bath that was waterproofed with bitumen and may have served ritual functions. Granaries of enormous capacity suggest organized food storage and redistribution. The level of urban planning on display is remarkable even by much later standards. And yet, despite all of this sophistication, the Indus Valley Civilization left almost no monuments to individual rulers. There are no pyramids, no grand royal tombs, no triumphal columns carved with the names of conquering kings. The archaeological record is remarkably egalitarian in its appearance. Artifacts are relatively uniform across sites, suggesting a shared culture without the kind of extreme social stratification visible in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Whether this reflects a genuinely more equal society, or whether we simply have not yet found the palaces and tombs of its rulers, remains an open question. The writing system of the Indus Valley people is one of the great unsolved problems in all of human linguistics. Known as the Indus script, it consists of short sequences of symbols found on small stone seals, pottery, and other objects. More than 4,000 inscribed objects have been found. The script contains somewhere between 400 and 600 distinct signs, a number that has led some researchers to classify it as a logosyllabic system, meaning it uses symbols to represent both words and syllables, similar to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. But no bilingual inscription has ever been found, no Rosetta Stone equivalent that might allow linguists to crack the code. After more than a century of attempts, the Indus script remains undeciphered. This means that we cannot read whatever records the Indus Valley people kept. We cannot read their laws, their religious texts, their commercial documents, or their histories. We know them only through the physical objects they left behind, and those objects, as rich as they are, cannot tell us everything. They cannot tell us what the Indus people called themselves, what they believed, who governed them, or how they understood their own world. And they cannot tell us, definitively, why their civilization collapsed. Between roughly 1900 and 1700 BCE, the great cities of the Indus Valley were gradually abandoned. Population levels declined sharply. The sophisticated urban infrastructure fell into disuse. People moved away from the cities, eastward toward the Gangetic Plain, and the settlements that replaced the great Harappan centers were smaller, simpler, and less organized. Within a few centuries, the extraordinary urban culture of the Indus Valley had effectively ceased to exist as a coherent civilization. For decades, the leading explanation for this collapse was external invasion. An older theory, now largely discredited but once widely accepted, proposed that the arrival of Indo-Aryan peoples from the north and west overwhelmed and destroyed the Harappan cities. This theory was built in part on a misreading of the ancient Sanskrit texts known as the Vedas, which describe a warrior culture conquering fortified settlements, and on some skeletal remains at Mohenjo-daro that were initially interpreted as massacre victims. Subsequent analysis of those remains showed that they did not all date to the same period and showed no clear signs of violent death consistent with mass slaughter. The invasion theory has largely faded from mainstream scholarship. What has replaced it is a more complex and in some ways more fascinating picture involving climate change, river dynamics, and the gradual unraveling of the systems that made Indus Valley urban life possible. Research conducted over the past several decades, including sophisticated geological analysis and satellite imagery, has revealed that the region experienced significant changes in its river systems during the period of Harappan decline. The Gagarhakra River, which once flowed through the heart of the Harappan world and along whose banks many major settlements were located, appears to have weakened dramatically during this period. Some researchers believe that shifts in the monsoon pattern reduced rainfall across the region, drying up rivers and reducing agricultural yields. Others have pointed to tectonic activity that may have altered the courses of rivers, cutting off water supplies to cities that depended on them. The picture that emerges is one of mounting environmental stress. Droughts became more frequent. Harvests became less reliable. The sophisticated urban system, which depended on agricultural surpluses to feed large non-farming populations, became increasingly difficult to sustain. People began to leave the cities not because they were conquered, but because the cities could no longer support them. They moved to areas where rainfall was more reliable, gradually dispersing across a wider region and returning to simpler, more locally self-sufficient ways of life. But this explanation, compelling as it is, does not answer all the questions. Why did the cities not recover once conditions improved? Why did the sophisticated urban tradition not re-establish itself? What happened to the knowledge, the planning traditions, the craft specializations, the writing system that had developed over centuries of Harappan civilization? These things do not simply vanish without a trace. They go somewhere, they persist in modified forms, they influence what comes after. But the connections between the Harappan world and later South Asian cultures remain difficult to trace. The collapse of the Indus Valley civilization is a reminder that great cultures can end not with a bang, but with a long, quiet withdrawal. And that quietness can be harder to understand than sudden violence, because it leaves behind not dramatic ruins, but simply absence, the slow fading of a world that once hummed with life. Mystery 3. Mohenjo-daro. Within the story of the Indus Valley civilization, there is one city that has captured more attention than any other. Its modern name is Mohenjo-daro, a phrase in the Sindhi language that is usually translated as Mound of the Dead, though some scholars prefer the translation Mound of Mohan, a name with religious associations. Whatever the name means, the place itself is extraordinary. It is one of the earliest and largest urban settlements ever discovered, and walking through its ruins, even in photographs or descriptions, produces a peculiar sense of recognition. This was, unmistakably, a city, a real city, organized and intentional, built by people who thought carefully about how human beings should live together. Mohenjo-daro was first excavated in the 1920s, when archaeologists working in the Indus Valley began to realize that they had stumbled onto something far older and far more significant than they had initially supposed. The site is located in the Sindh province of modern Pakistan, on the right bank of the Indus River. It was occupied from roughly 2500 to 1700 BCE, placing it at the heart of the mature Harappan period, and at its peak it may have housed between 40,000 and 80,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the ancient world. The layout of Mohenjo-daro is immediately striking. The city was divided into two main areas. To the west stood a raised citadel, built on a massive platform of fired brick and mud brick that elevated it above the surrounding plain, protecting it from floods and perhaps giving it a degree of symbolic prominence. To the east lay the lower city, a sprawling residential and commercial area laid out on a remarkably regular grid. The main streets were wide enough for carts, and they ran in straight lines aligned with the cardinal directions. Narrower lanes branched off the main streets at right angles, creating blocks of buildings that would look familiar to anyone who has ever navigated a modern planned city. The buildings themselves were constructed primarily of fired brick, a material that required considerable labor and fuel to produce, and suggests a highly organized economy capable of directing resources on a large scale. The bricks were made to a standardized ratio that was consistent not only across Mohenjo-daro but across many other Harappan sites as well, indicating a shared set of standards that extended across a vast geographic area. Houses varied in size but typically included interior courtyards, multiple rooms, and private wells. Most remarkably, many houses were connected to a citywide drainage system that carried wastewater through covered brick channels running beneath the streets. This level of sanitary infrastructure was not matched by many cities in Europe or the Middle East until thousands of years later. At the heart of the citadel area stands the structure that has perhaps generated more discussion than any other feature of the site. It is a large rectangular tank, approximately 12 meters long, 7 meters wide, and nearly 3 meters deep, constructed of precisely fitted bricks laid in a pattern designed to prevent leakage, with the interior coated in bitumen for additional waterproofing. Steps descend into the tank from either end. It is surrounded by a colonnaded walkway and flanked by rooms whose function remains uncertain. This structure is known today as the Great Bath. What was the Great Bath used for? The honest answer is that we do not know with certainty. Its careful construction and central location suggest it was not merely a practical feature, but something of ceremonial or ritual importance. Many researchers have compared it to ritual bathing practices known from later South Asian traditions, where immersion in water carries religious significance related to purification. If this interpretation is correct, the Great Bath may represent one of the earliest known examples of institutionalized religious practice centered on water, predating the ritual bath complexes of later Hindu and Buddhist traditions by centuries. But this is inference, not certainty. Without a deciphered script, without texts that describe what the Harappan people believed and how they organized their religious life, we are reasoning from architecture alone, and architecture, as any archaeologist will tell you, is a fascinating but imperfect guide to the minds of its builders. Near the Great Bath, excavators found a large building that has been interpreted as a granary, a structure for storing grain on a massive scale, suggesting centralized control of food supplies. There is also a structure sometimes identified as a collegiate building or assembly hall, though its function is equally uncertain. The administrative buildings, if that is what they are, at Mohenjo-daro are notably lacking in the royal iconography that dominates equivalent structures in Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are no images of great kings, no throne rooms decorated with scenes of tribute and conquest. Among the most evocative finds at Mohenjo-daro are its small objects. The stone seals, carved with extraordinary precision, typically show animals, often a bull-like creature with a single horn that researchers call a unicorn, along with short inscriptions in the undeciphered script. These seals were probably used in commerce, pressed into clay to mark ownership or authenticate transactions. They have been found not only across the Indus Valley, but also at sites in Mesopotamia, suggesting trade connections that stretched across thousands of miles. There are also small figurines, terracotta and bronze, including one bronze piece known as the Dancing Girl, a small female figure with an arm raised and a confident posture that, after 4,500 years, still seems to radiate a kind of personality. She wears bangles up her arm and a necklace, and her pose is so natural and so specific that it is difficult not to feel a sense of connection across the enormous gulf of time. Whoever she was, whoever made her, she was real in ways that statistics and city plans cannot quite convey. The final phase of Mohenjo-Daro's occupation shows evidence of decline. Buildings were subdivided into smaller units, suggesting overcrowding or a breakdown of the civic systems that had previously maintained order. The quality of construction deteriorated. Drainage channels fell into disrepair. And then, gradually, the city was abandoned. The people left, taking whatever they could carry, and the site was buried by river silt and time until 20th century excavators began to uncover what lay beneath. Who were the people of Mohenjo-Daro? What did they call their city? What gods did they worship in those colonnaded rooms beside the Great Bath? What stories did they tell their children? These questions float above the ruins without answers, gentle and persistent as the dust that settles over ancient brick. Mystery 4. Petra. There are places in the world that seem almost too extraordinary to be real, places where the work of human hands and the work of geological time have come together to produce something that exists in a category all its own. Petra, the ancient city carved into the rose-red sandstone cliffs of southern Jordan, is emphatically one of those places. Even people who have never visited it carry an image of it somewhere in their minds. That narrow canyon opening suddenly onto a vast carved facade, columns and pediments, and the suggestion of an interior space cut directly into living rock. But Petra is far more than its most famous facade. It is a complete ancient city, or rather the remains of one, a place that was once home to tens of thousands of people, a great center of commerce that sat at the intersection of trade routes connecting Arabia, the Mediterranean world, Egypt, and the Far East. And the civilization that built it, the Nabateans, remains in many ways mysterious, a people who left behind extraordinary monuments and relatively few words to explain them. The Nabateans were a Semitic people whose origins are somewhat obscure. By the 4th century BCE, they had established themselves in the region of modern Jordan, the Negev Desert, and parts of the Sinai, and they had recognized the extraordinary strategic value of the rocky plateau known as the Petra Basin. The landscape there is almost otherworldly, a labyrinth of narrow gorges called six cutting through sandstone formations in shades of red, pink, orange, and white, sometimes layered in swirling patterns that look like something painted rather than deposited by geological processes over millions of years. The Nabateans did not merely settle in this landscape. They transformed it. Using tools of iron and enormous amounts of human skill and labor, they carved their city directly into the cliff faces. Tombs, temples, civic buildings, and dwellings were excavated from the rock, their facades decorated with a distinctive architectural style that blended Greek, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and indigenous Nabatean elements into something entirely their own. More than 800 carved monuments have been identified at Petra, and excavations of the lower city, which was built with freestanding structures on the valley floor, have revealed temples, colonnaded streets, markets, and a sophisticated water management system. That water system deserves particular attention because it reveals something essential about Nabatean ingenuity. The Petra Basin lies in a region of extremely limited rainfall. It receives on average about 150 millimeters of rain per year, most of it concentrated in a few intense winter storms. Yet Petra at its height supported a population that some estimates place as high as 30,000 people. The only way to sustain that population was through extraordinary control of water. The Nabateans built an elaborate network of channels, pipes, cisterns, and dams that captured every drop of rainfall and directed it to storage facilities distributed throughout the city. They constructed terrace systems on the surrounding hillsides to slow runoff and encourage infiltration into the soil. In effect, they turned an arid landscape into one that could support a thriving urban population through sheer engineering brilliance. The most famous monument at Petra is known as the Treasury, or Al-Khazna in Arabic. Its name comes from a Bedouin legend that a pharaoh's treasure was once hidden in the urn carved at the top of its facade, and local tribesmen reportedly fired bullets at the urn for generations hoping to break it open and release the gold. The urn, of course, is solid stone. The treasury itself is not a treasury at all. It is almost certainly a royal tomb, though whose tomb remains uncertain. Some researchers believe it was built for the Nabatean king Aretas III, who ruled in the 1st century BCE, while others argue for a later date. The interior consists of a large square chamber with smaller rooms to the sides, carved from the rock with remarkable precision, but it is largely undecorated, and it has yielded no inscriptions that would definitively identify its occupant. The facade of the treasury is roughly 40 meters high and 28 meters wide. It was carved, apparently, from the top down, with workers suspended on scaffolding as they cut into the cliff face, working with extraordinary precision to create the illusion of a classical Greek temple front in rosy sandstone. The level of skill required is astonishing, particularly when one considers that the carvers were not building up from a foundation, but removing material from a surface, working in 3 dimensions within the rock, unable to add back what they had cut away. Every line had to be right the first time. Petra reached the height of its prosperity in the 1st century BCE and the 1st century CE. The Nabatean kingdom controlled trade routes along which passed spices from Arabia, silks from China, incense from Somalia and Yemen, and 100 other luxury goods that the Roman world consumed in vast quantities. The Nabateans taxed this trade and grew extraordinarily wealthy from it. They maintained diplomatic relationships with Rome, Egypt, and the Hellenistic kingdoms of the Eastern Mediterranean, navigating the complex politics of the ancient world with considerable skill. In 106 CE, the Roman Emperor Trajan annexed the Nabatean kingdom, transforming it into the Roman province of Arabia Petrea. Petra continued as a provincial capital and remained prosperous for some time under Roman administration. The city's upper class adopted Roman styles of architecture and culture alongside their own traditions, and new buildings went up alongside the old carved facades. But the city's role as a trade hub was gradually undermined as sea routes became more reliable and the overland caravan trade diminished in importance. A devastating earthquake in 363 CE caused significant damage to the city's infrastructure and may have contributed to a longer process of decline. By the early medieval period, Petra had been largely abandoned by its urban population, though small communities may have continued to use parts of the site. The memory of the city faded from Western consciousness, and it was known primarily to local Bedouin communities, who called it the Rose City and knew it as a sacred and somewhat mysterious place, until 1812, when a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, traveling in disguise as a Muslim pilgrim, persuaded a local guide to take him through the narrow Sick to see the ancient ruins. His account of what he found electrified European scholars and began the long process of archaeological investigation that continues to the present day. Even today, after more than 2 centuries of scholarly attention, Petra keeps its secrets. Less than 20% of the site has been excavated. The lower city, buried beneath meters of accumulated sediment, has only recently begun to be explored systematically. Each season of excavation brings new finds, new questions, new reasons to revise what we thought we understood about the Nabateans and their extraordinary city. Mystery 5. Machu Picchu. High in the Andes Mountains of Peru, at an elevation of roughly 2,430 meters above sea level, there is a place that seems designed to make you feel the full weight of human possibility. Machu Picchu sits on a narrow ridge between 2 mountain peaks, the Huayna Picchu and the Machu Picchu Peak itself, surrounded on 3 sides by a great bend in the Urubamba River far below. The clouds move through it. The light changes minute by minute, and the stones, fitted together without mortar in a technique so precise that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them, have stood through earthquakes that have leveled more conventionally built structures many times over. It is one of the most visited archaeological sites in the world. It is on countless lists, in countless photographs, in countless imaginations. And yet, despite all that attention, despite the millions of people who have stood on its terraces and looked out over the mountain ridges, Machu Picchu remains genuinely mysterious in ways that are easy to overlook amid the familiarity of its image. The site was built by the Inca, the rulers of Tawantinsuyo, the empire that at its height stretched along the western coast of South America from what is now Colombia in the north to Chile and Argentina in the south. The Inca Empire was the largest pre-Columbian civilization in the Americas, a sophisticated political and administrative system that organized millions of people across an enormous and geographically challenging territory through a combination of military power, strategic marriage alliances, and a remarkable infrastructure of roads, bridges, and relay stations. Machu Picchu was almost certainly built during the reign of the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, who ruled from approximately 1438 to 1471 CE. Pachacuti was one of the great empire builders of pre-Columbian history, the ruler who transformed the Inca from a small regional power into the dominant force of South America. He undertook enormous construction projects across his expanding domain, and Machu Picchu appears to have been one of his personal initiatives, built on land that may have been his private royal estate. The site contains approximately 200 buildings, including temples, palaces, storage rooms, and residences, arranged around a central plaza and connected by a network of staircases and terraced agricultural plots that descend the mountain slopes. The construction technique is extraordinary. Huge blocks of granite, some weighing many tons, were quarried from outcrops within the site itself and shaped using stone, bronze, and wooden tools, then fitted together with such precision that they have resisted the region's frequent earthquakes for more than 500 years. No wheels were used, no draft animals capable of heavy hauling. The stones were moved by human labor alone, a fact that still challenges the imagination. The most sacred structure at Machu Picchu appears to be the Intihuatana stone, a carved granite pillar whose name is sometimes translated as hitching post of the sun. It sits at the highest point of the site, and its angles are aligned with the movements of the sun at the solstices and equinoxes. The Inca believed that the Intihuatana stone held the sun in its course, preventing it from wandering too far from its proper path. At the winter solstice, priests performed rituals at the stone to symbolically tie the sun and ensure its return. It is one of the few Intihuatana stones in the Inca world to survive intact, as Spanish colonizers systematically destroyed them at other sites. But what exactly was Machu Picchu? This is where the mysteries multiply. The site was apparently occupied for only about a century before being abandoned, most likely in the aftermath of the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire in the 1530s. The Spanish conquistadors, despite their extensive documentation of Inca civilization, never mentioned Machu Picchu in their records. This suggests that the site was either unknown to them, or that it had already been abandoned and its location was not widely shared. The fact that Machu Picchu survived while so many other Inca sites were looted and destroyed may be a result of this obscurity. Over the years, researchers have proposed several theories about the site's primary function. The most widely accepted view is that Machu Picchu served as a royal retreat, a country estate of sorts for Pachacuti and his court, used during certain seasons and for specific ceremonial purposes. Analysis of skeletal remains found at the site suggests that its population was drawn from diverse parts of the Inca Empire, which might support the idea of a place that served administrative and ceremonial functions, drawing specialists and laborers from across the imperial territory. Other researchers have emphasized the site's astronomical alignments, suggesting that Machu Picchu served as an observatory or a place where the Inca performed calculations related to the agricultural calendar. The positioning of various structures relative to the movements of the sun, moon, and stars does appear to be deliberate, though the precise nature and purpose of these alignments continues to be debated. There is also the question of what happened to the people of Machu Picchu when it was abandoned. Did they leave willingly? Were they evacuated? Did they simply disperse into the surrounding mountain communities? The archaeological record is silent on this point. The site appears to have been left in reasonable order, not the frantic disorder of an emergency evacuation, but the more measured emptiness of a place that people departed deliberately, taking their most valuable possessions with them. leaving the stones to the clouds and the condors. Hiram Bingham, the American explorer who brought Machu Picchu to international attention in 1911, famously called it the lost city of the Incas, though the city was never truly lost to the local Quechua communities who lived in its shadow. A farmer named Melchor Arteaga knew of the ruins and guided Bingham to them. What was lost, rather, was the wider world's knowledge of the site, and Bingham's announcement of his discovery sparked the beginning of serious archaeological study. More than a century of that study has revealed a great deal. And yet the essential questions, what Machu Picchu truly meant to those who built it, what rituals were performed there, what conversations took place in those precisely fitted rooms, what the view from the Intihuatana stone meant to the priest who stood there watching the midwinter sunrise, remain beyond our reach. The stones remember. They simply have no way to tell us what they know. Mystery 6. The Lost City of El Dorado. Among all the legends that have drawn explorers into the depths of South America, none has proven more powerful, more durable, or more deadly than the legend of El Dorado. The name itself, meaning the Gilded One in Spanish, conjures images of impossible wealth, of cities where gold was as common as stone, of lakes whose floors were carpeted with precious metal. Hundreds of expeditions set out in search of it over the course of several centuries. Many of their participants died in the attempt, consumed by jungle, river, disease, and hunger. And yet the legend persisted, transformed, multiplied, growing more elaborate with each retelling. The story began not as a tale of a city, but as a description of a ritual. When Spanish explorers first arrived in the region of what is now Colombia in the early 16th century, they encountered accounts of a remarkable ceremony practiced by the Muisca people of the high Andean plateau known as the Altiplano Cundiboyacense. According to these accounts, when a new Muisca chief was inaugurated, he was covered from head to toe in gold dust, transforming him literally into a gilded man, El Dorado. He then boarded a raft laden with gold and emeralds and was pulled to the center of a sacred lake, Lake Guatavita, while crowds of priests and worshippers gathered on the shores. At the center of the lake, the chief and his attendants threw their gold and emerald offerings into the water as gifts to the gods, and the chief himself plunged into the lake to wash away the gold dust. The ritual combined the themes of renewal, sacrifice, and the consecration of authority. This ceremony appears to have been genuine. Multiple independent Spanish accounts describe it in compatible terms, and later investigations of Lake Guatavita found evidence of gold objects deposited in the lake's sediment over a long period. The lake, a roughly circular body of water set in a volcanic crater in the Colombian highlands, has been the site of numerous attempts to drain or dredge it in search of the accumulated offerings. In the 16th century, a Spanish merchant named Lázaro Font organized an attempt to drain the lake by cutting a channel through its rim, which succeeded in lowering the water level somewhat, and reportedly revealed gold objects at the exposed edges, though the channel eventually collapsed. In 1912, a British company undertook a more ambitious drainage project using modern pumping technology, managing to drain most of the lake before the exposed mud hardened in the sun and became impossible to work. They did recover some gold objects, but nowhere near the quantities the legend had promised. The Colombian government eventually declared the lake a protected site, ending attempts to drain it. But somewhere in the retelling and the imagining, the ritual of the Golden Chief transformed into something larger and more magnificent. The Gilded Man became the ruler of a gilded city. The city became a golden empire. Explorers who set out to find the truth of the legend found instead the jungle's capacity for indifference and the human capacity for self-deception. Francisco de Orellana, navigating the Amazon River in 1542, claimed to have seen evidence of large settlements along the river, populated cities that had clearly accumulated significant resources. His account was dismissed for centuries as fantasy, the delusion of a desperate man in an impossible situation. Only in recent decades have archaeologists begun to take those accounts more seriously. Research in the Amazon basin using a combination of traditional excavation, satellite imaging, and a technology called LiDAR, which uses laser pulses to map terrain beneath dense vegetation, has revealed the outlines of settlements far larger and more complex than anyone had imagined. In the Brazilian Amazon, in eastern Bolivia, and in other regions of the basin, researchers have found evidence of extensive earthworks, road systems, raised agricultural fields, and large settlements that indicate the Amazon was home to substantial, well-organized populations before the European arrival. These populations were devastated by the diseases that swept ahead of the European frontier, killing vast numbers of people within decades and leaving the jungle to reclaim their settlements so thoroughly that later explorers saw only emptiness. This does not mean that El Dorado was real in the literal sense that the legends described, a single city of inexhaustible gold. But it does suggest that the Amazon basin once supported civilizations far more sophisticated than European observers credited, and that the stories Spanish explorers heard from indigenous informants about powerful and wealthy peoples to the east may have reflected genuine historical realities, even if those realities were less fantastically golden than the legends that accumulated around them. The dream of El Dorado has never entirely faded. It transformed over time from a geographical obsession into a metaphor, an emblem of all the perfect and impossible things that human beings convince themselves are just over the next ridge, just beyond the next bend in the river. And in the jungles of the Amazon, where new archaeological discoveries continue to rewrite our understanding of pre-Columbian civilization, the metaphor keeps brushing against something that might, with a little imagination, be called its ghost. Mystery 7. The Kingdom of Punt. There is a civilization that appears in the records of ancient Egypt so frequently and is described in such evocative terms that it has fascinated Egyptologists for generations. The Egyptians called it Punt, or sometimes Ta-Netjer, which translates roughly as the land of the god, a name that suggests it held a sacred or almost mythical quality in the Egyptian imagination. They described it as a source of extraordinary things: frankincense and myrrh, ebony and gold, exotic animals including baboons and giraffes, aromatic woods and resins that were essential to Egyptian religious practice. Egypt traded with Punt for at least 1,500 years, from the early Old Kingdom around 2500 BCE through the New Kingdom period, roughly 1500 to 1100 BCE. Multiple expeditions were sent there, some consisting of large fleets of ships, carrying trade goods and returning laden with the treasures that made Punt so valuable in Egyptian eyes. The expeditions were significant enough to be recorded in temple reliefs and royal inscriptions, and the most detailed surviving account comes from the reign of the female pharaoh Hatshepsut, who ruled Egypt in the 15th century BCE and who sent a major expedition to Punt that is commemorated in beautiful painted reliefs on the walls of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri near Luxor. Those reliefs show scenes of extraordinary interest. Egyptian ships are depicted arriving at a coastal settlement, their hulls low in the water with their cargo. The settlement itself is shown with distinctive round houses built on stilts above the water or ground, surrounded by incense trees. A figure identified as the Queen of Punt is depicted with a physique that has been interpreted as indicating a medical condition causing lipodystrophy, the unusual distribution of fat in the body. Her husband, the chief of Punt, is shown greeting the Egyptian envoys alongside her. Transactions are depicted, goods being weighed and loaded. Incense trees are shown being carefully uprooted for transport, to be replanted in the gardens of Hatshepsut's temple. The question that has occupied researchers for more than a century is simple to state and extraordinarily difficult to answer. Where was Punt? The Egyptians described it as reachable by sea, which suggests it lay somewhere along the Red Sea coast or beyond, accessible from ports on Egypt's Red Sea shore. The goods associated with Punt, particularly frankincense and myrrh, are strongly associated with the Horn of Africa and the southern Arabian Peninsula. The animals depicted in the Punt reliefs, including baboons of a species found in East Africa and Ethiopia, along with giraffes and other creatures, point toward an African rather than Arabian location. The houses on stilts visible in the Hatshepsut reliefs have parallels in traditional architecture found in parts of East Africa, particularly along the Somali and Eritrean coasts. Most modern researchers place Punt somewhere in the region encompassing modern Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and northern Somalia, though some continue to argue for a location on the southern Arabian Peninsula or even inland in sub-Saharan Africa. The frustrating truth is that no site has yet been definitively identified as a Puntite settlement. No inscriptions in a Puntite language have been found. No archaeological site has been excavated that corresponds convincingly to the descriptions in Egyptian records. There have been tantalizing clues. Ancient harbor facilities have been found on the Egyptian Red Sea coast, at sites like Wadi Gawassis, where excavations in the early 21st century revealed wooden planks and ropes from ancient seafaring vessels, along with inscriptions mentioning expeditions to Punt. This confirms that the Egyptians genuinely did make long-distance sea voyages in this direction. But the destination itself remains frustratingly unlocated. One of the most interesting recent developments came from a 2010 study that analyzed the chemical composition of mummified baboons found in Egyptian collections and compared them to baboon populations from different parts of Africa using isotopic analysis of their teeth. The results suggested that at least some of the baboons associated with Punt came from a region corresponding to modern Eritrea and Ethiopia, providing the strongest scientific evidence yet that Punt lay in the Horn of Africa. But a region is not a city. The Egyptians described Punt in terms that suggest a specific, well-established place with its own ruling class and its own identity. Finding Punt, really finding it, would require locating archaeological sites that can be identified with the civilization described in Egyptian records, sites that have so far eluded discovery. The kingdom of Punt may be out there, buried under sediment along a coastline that has changed significantly over 3,500 years. It may be waiting beneath the soil of a landscape that has barely been surveyed archaeologically. Or it may be that Punt was not a single kingdom, but a range of trading partners who collectively represented a commercial zone rather than a unified state. The Egyptians may have given a single name to a complex and varied reality, as travelers often do, simplifying the unfamiliar into something their audience could grasp. The land of the god keeps its location to itself, and the incense trees planted in Hatshepsut's garden long since turned to dust. Mystery 8. The Minoan Civilization and the Fall of Knossos. On the island of Crete, in the warm blue waters of the eastern Mediterranean, there arose in the 3rd and 2nd millennia BCE a civilization so sophisticated, so artistically accomplished, and so unlike anything else in the ancient world that when its ruins were first excavated at the beginning of the 20th century, the scholar responsible for the work invented an entirely new name for the culture he had uncovered. He called it Minoan, after Minos, the legendary king of Crete, whose palace in Greek mythology contained the labyrinth and the Minotaur. He could not have known how apt that mythological connection would prove. The civilization we call Minoan flourished on Crete from roughly 2700 to 1450 BCE, with its greatest florescence occurring in the period between about 1900 and 1450 BCE. During this time, a series of large palace complexes were built at sites including Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros, each serving as an administrative, economic, religious, and artistic center for the surrounding region. The palace at Knossos, the largest and most complex of them all, was excavated beginning in 1900 by the British archaeologist Arthur Evans, and what he found there astonished the scholarly world. The palace was enormous. In its final form, it covered roughly 13,000 square meters and contained hundreds of rooms arranged around a large central courtyard. Its architecture was unlike anything previously known from the ancient Mediterranean world. Rooms were decorated with vivid frescoes painted in rich mineral colors that have survived, albeit in fragmentary form, to the present day. These frescoes depict scenes that seem to give us an unusually direct glimpse into Minoan life and imagination. There are processions of offering bearers, young men and women shown in profile against vivid blue backgrounds. There are scenes of a ceremony or sport in which young people are shown vaulting over the backs of charging bulls, a practice of extraordinary danger whose exact nature and meaning remain debated. There are landscapes of flowers and birds and water, rendered with a freshness and naturalism that is remarkable for their time. There is the famous Prince of the Lilies fresco, showing a figure in profile striding through a field of lily flowers, his posture confident and graceful. The frescoes suggest a society that valued beauty, athletic prowess, and close observation of the natural world. Minoan art is notably different from contemporary Egyptian and Mesopotamian art in its relative lack of explicit scenes of warfare and royal domination. There are no images of Minoan kings smiting enemies, no triumphal reliefs showing conquered peoples bringing tribute, no scenes of royal power that humiliate the subordinate. This has led some researchers to suggest that Minoan society may have been structured differently from the militaristic kingdoms of the ancient Near East, perhaps more egalitarian, perhaps organized around religious rather than purely military authority. Women appear prominently in Minoan art, often in positions that suggest ritual or religious significance, which has led to extensive debate about the role of women in Minoan religious and political life. The palace at Knossos contained a system of drainage and water management sophisticated enough to include what appears to be a flushing toilet in the royal quarters, a clay pipe system that carried water to and from the palace, and bathing facilities that Evans found remarkably advanced. Storage magazines running along the western wing of the palace contained enormous clay jars called pithoi, some of them taller than a person, which would have held olive oil, wine, grain, and other commodities in quantities sufficient to supply the palace and redistribute goods to the surrounding population. The Minoans also had writing. 2 scripts have been identified at Minoan sites. An earlier pictographic system evolved into a simplified linear script known as Linear A, which appears on clay tablets, stone libation tables, and metal objects found across Crete and at Minoan-influenced sites in the Aegean. Linear A has never been deciphered. A later script, Linear B, found primarily at Knossos in a later stratum and also at sites on the Greek mainland, was deciphered in 1952 by the architect and amateur scholar Michael Ventris, who demonstrated that it represented an early form of Greek. The Linear B tablets from Knossos are administrative records, inventories of goods and personnel, records of tribute and redistribution. They tell us a great deal about the economic organization of the late Minoan palace, but almost nothing about Minoan religion, mythology, or the texture of daily life. And then, around 1450 BCE, the Minoan palace centers collapsed. With the exception of Knossos, which continued under what appears to have been Mycenaean Greek control for another generation or two, the great palaces were destroyed and abandoned. The cause of this collapse has been one of the most debated questions in Aegean archaeology for more than a century. The eruption of the Thera volcano, which occurred sometime between 1650 and 1500 BCE, depending on which dating method one uses, was once widely blamed for the Minoan collapse. The eruption was catastrophic, one of the largest in recorded geological history, and it would have generated enormous tsunamis and blanketed a wide area of the eastern Mediterranean in volcanic ash. But the chronological relationship between the Thera eruption and the Minoan collapse is difficult to establish precisely, and many researchers now believe the eruption occurred too early to have directly caused the destruction of the palaces around 1450 BCE. What destroyed the Minoan palaces remains uncertain. Evidence of burning at multiple sites suggests violence rather than purely natural disaster. The subsequent presence of Linear B writing and mainland Greek material culture at Knossos suggests that Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland occupied Crete following the collapse, possibly as conquerors or possibly in the context of a more complex political transition. Whether the Mycenaeans caused the collapse or simply moved into the power vacuum left by it is a question the evidence does not fully resolve. What is clear is that the Minoan civilization, with its vivid frescoes and its bull vaulting and its sophisticated palace complexes and its undeciphered script, ended. The palace at Knossos was eventually destroyed and abandoned. The later Greeks preserved memories of Crete and of a powerful king who had once ruled the sea, and those memories crystallized into the legend of Minos and his labyrinth. Perhaps the winding corridors of the palace, so unlike the symmetrical layouts of Egyptian temples or Mesopotamian ziggurats, gave rise in later memory to the image of an impossible maze. Perhaps the bull imagery so pervasive in Minoan art transformed in the Greek imagination into the half-man, half-bull creature at the maze's center. The labyrinth is still there, in a sense. The palace at Knossos, partially reconstructed by Evans in ways that modern archaeologists sometimes find controversial, receives hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. They walk through rooms that once rang with the sounds of a civilization we can barely imagine. The frescoes, or the restored copies of them, still glow with that peculiar Minoan freshness. And somewhere beneath the restored concrete and plaster, the real walls of the palace wait, older and stranger than any reconstruction can quite capture. Mystery 9. The ancient city of Cahokia. In the American imagination, the story of civilization in the Americas before European contact often begins in Mexico or Peru, with the Aztec and the Inca, with pyramids and golden cities and the drama of conquest. But in the middle of North America, in the river bottomlands where the Missouri and Mississippi rivers meet just east of present-day St. Louis, there arose a city that challenges everything simple about that narrative. It was, at its height in the 11th and 12th centuries CE, one of the largest cities in the world. It was home to perhaps 20,000 people within the city proper and many more in the surrounding region. It had a central earthen pyramid larger at its base than the Great Pyramid of Giza, and it was abandoned, completely, by the time European explorers arrived in the region, leaving behind earthworks and mysteries and no written record of its own existence. The site is called Cahokia, a name borrowed from a later indigenous group who lived in the area but who were not the descendants of the city's builders and knew little about them. The people who built Cahokia are sometimes referred to as the Mississippian culture, a term that describes a broad tradition of mound-building societies that developed across the eastern and central parts of North America roughly between 800 and 1600 CE. The Mississippians were not a single people or a single nation, but rather a set of related cultural practices centered on the cultivation of corn, the construction of large earthen platform mounds, and the development of complex chiefdom societies with clear social hierarchies. Cahokia was the greatest expression of all of these tendencies, a place where the Mississippian tradition reached a level of complexity and scale that has no clear precedent in the region's history. The city was laid out around a central plaza, roughly the size of 40 football fields, flanked to the north by the Great Monk's Mound, the massive earthen platform that rose in 4 terraces to a height of about 30 meters and supported a large building on its summit that may have served as a temple, a palace, or both. Monk's Mound was constructed over a period of about 300 years through the repeated addition of basket loads of earth, a process requiring enormous quantities of organized human labor sustained over many generations. Beyond the central area, Cahokia extended across a landscape dotted with more than 100 smaller mounds of various shapes and purposes, some serving as platforms for elite residences or temples, others as burial mounds containing the remains of important individuals. A wooden palisade enclosed the central precinct, pierced by large gateways and reinforced with bastions at regular intervals, indicating that defense, or at least the symbolic demarcation of a sacred central zone, was a significant concern. Among the most striking features of Cahokia is what researchers have called Woodhenge, a series of large circles of wooden posts whose alignment with solar events suggests they served as a kind of calendar, marking the solstices and equinoxes with great precision. Several Woodhenge circles have been identified at different locations within the site, and their use appears to have been connected to ceremonial activities related to the agricultural cycle and possibly to the ritual authority of Cahokia's rulers. The social hierarchy at Cahokia was pronounced and is dramatically visible in the archaeological record. Mound 72, a small burial mound excavated in the 1960s, revealed a series of burials that illustrated the extreme inequalities of Cahokian society with uncomfortable clarity. The principal burial was a man laid upon a bed of more than 20,000 shell beads arranged in the shape of a falcon or thunderbird, accompanied by elaborate grave goods including arrows with finely crafted points, copper artifacts, and caches of exotic materials obtained through long-distance trade. Nearby, in mass graves, lay the remains of more than 200 individuals, predominantly young women, who appear to have been sacrificed, their bodies deposited in pits in several episodes that may correspond to different stages in the central figure's funeral ceremonies. Who was the man on the beaded bed? Researchers call him simply Beaded Burial Man. He was clearly a person of extraordinary status, someone whose death required or permitted the killing of hundreds of others. Whether he was a king, a god king, a great priest, or some combination of these roles, the evidence does not specify. The Mississippian cultures left no writing and no clear oral traditions that survived to be recorded by European observers in forms that would help us understand what Cahokia's rulers meant to their society. By around 1350 CE, Cahokia had been substantially abandoned. The reasons for this abandonment are, like so many things about the city, incompletely understood. Environmental degradation may have played a role. The clearing of forests for fuel, construction timber, and agriculture over several centuries would have led to increased flooding, erosion, and declining soil fertility in the surrounding region. Evidence of elevated flood levels in the archaeological record suggests that the bottomlands around Cahokia became increasingly difficult to farm during the city's later years. Climatic change associated with the onset of the Little Ice Age in the 14th century may have further stressed agricultural production. There is also evidence that social tensions within the city may have contributed to its decline. The dramatic social inequalities visible in the burial record, the elaborate rituals that seem to have demanded human sacrifice, the concentration of resources in the hands of a small elite, these are not sustainable conditions over the long term. Whether there were rebellions, whether the population simply lost faith in the system, whether people chose to leave for more equitable or more ecologically stable situations, we cannot know. But Cahokia was empty when European contact began, its great mounds already overgrown, its wooden structures long since decayed, its people dispersed into the communities that later European explorers encountered. The mounds are still there. Monk's Mound rises above the suburban sprawl of the St. Louis metropolitan area, a UNESCO World Heritage Site surrounded by parking lots and fast food restaurants, an extraordinary anachronism. And beneath the surrounding fields, the soil still contains the traces of a city that once rivaled anything in the contemporary medieval world, a city that nobody in Europe had ever heard of, that built no pyramids of stone, that left no written record, that simply rose and fell and let the grass grow over it. Mystery 10. Great Zimbabwe. In the highland plateau of what is now the modern nation of Zimbabwe, there are ruins made of stone so remarkable in their construction that when European explorers first encountered them in the 19th century, many flatly refused to believe that African people could have built them. They proposed instead that the ruins were the work of ancient Phoenicians or Arabs, or even the biblical King Solomon seeking the gold of Ophir. This reaction, which says far more about 19th century European attitudes than it does about African history, obscured the truth for decades and caused real harm to the understanding of African civilization in the ancient and medieval world. The truth, established beyond any serious scholarly doubt by the early 20th century and confirmed by decades of archaeological research, is that Great Zimbabwe was built by the ancestors of the Shona people, beginning around the 11th century CE and reaching its greatest extent in the 13th and 14th centuries. It was the capital of a powerful state that controlled trade routes extending from the interior of sub-Saharan Africa to the Indian Ocean coast, a state that accumulated wealth through its control of gold, cattle, and the distribution of goods moving between the African interior and the wider world of Indian Ocean commerce. Great Zimbabwe is a complex of stone enclosures spread across a landscape of granite koppies, the rounded rock outcroppings characteristic of the Zimbabwean plateau. The name itself means stone houses in the Shona language, though great or venerated might be a better translation of the prefix. The site consists of three main groups of ruins. The hill complex, the oldest part of the site, is built among and around large natural granite boulders on a steep hill overlooking the surrounding valley. The great enclosure, the most famous and most photographed part of the site, sits in the valley below, and the valley ruins are a series of smaller enclosures scattered across the valley floor. The great enclosure is the largest single ancient structure in sub-Saharan Africa. Its outer wall is approximately 250 meters in circumference, nearly 10 meters high at its tallest point, and between 4 and 5 meters thick. It was built without mortar, using a technique called drystone walling in which granite blocks, split and shaped from local outcrops, are fitted together with such precision that the walls have remained standing for centuries. The outer wall is decorated near its upper reaches with a course of stone in a distinctive chevron pattern, a decorative flourish that speaks to the aesthetic sensibility of its builders. Within the great enclosure, there is a solid conical tower, standing approximately 9 meters tall and tapering slightly as it rises. It is completely solid, with no internal chamber, no entrance, no window. Its function has been the subject of speculation for more than a century. Some researchers have suggested it represents a grain bin, a symbolic reference to royal fertility and abundance. Others have seen in it a phallic symbol related to initiation ceremonies. Some have proposed astronomical functions. The honest answer is that its purpose is unknown, and it stands in its enclosure like a very large, very old question mark. The economy of the Great Zimbabwe state was based on cattle herding, agriculture, and control of the gold trade. Gold was mined in the region in significant quantities, and Great Zimbabwe's rulers appear to have controlled its export through trade routes to the coast, where Swahili-speaking merchants connected the interior to the broader Indian Ocean trading world that linked East Africa with Arabia, India, and China. Archaeological finds at Great Zimbabwe include Chinese Celadon pottery, Persian faience, and glass beads from the Middle East and India, all testament to the long-distance connections that made the site's rulers wealthy and powerful. The ruling class at Great Zimbabwe appears to have derived its authority from a combination of economic control, spiritual power, and ritual functions related to cattle and rainfall. Cattle in this culture were not primarily food animals, but symbols of wealth and social standing, used in marriage negotiations, in the payment of political tribute, and in ritual ceremonies. The king, known as the Mambo, served as a spiritual intermediary between the living and the ancestors, responsible for ensuring the rains came at the right time and the crops grew. His person was surrounded by rituals of separation and sanctity, and his physical needs were attended to with elaborate ceremony. By around 1450 CE, Great Zimbabwe had been largely abandoned as a major political center. The reasons are not fully understood. Resource depletion in the surrounding area, particularly the overgrazing of cattle and the exhaustion of local agricultural land, may have played a role. A shift in trade routes, perhaps related to changing patterns of Indian Ocean commerce, may have disadvantaged Great Zimbabwe relative to other political centers. It is also possible that political fragmentation, internal conflict over succession, or the emergence of rival power centers drew people away from the original capital. Whatever the causes, Great Zimbabwe was not forgotten. The Shona people retained oral traditions about the site and continued to regard it as a place of spiritual significance. The ruins were known to local communities throughout the centuries before European arrival. It was only in the context of colonial ideology that the truth about Great Zimbabwe's builders became disputed, and it was archaeology, rigorous and patient, that restored the historical record to something approaching accuracy. The name Zimbabwe now belongs to a nation, chosen deliberately as a statement of pride in this extraordinary inheritance. The ruins themselves, protected as a national monument and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, continue to be studied and continue to yield new information. But the full story of the people who built those walls, who carved those patterns, who raised that enigmatic tower in the heart of the great enclosure, is still being written, one careful excavation at a time. Mystery 11. The disappearance of the Nabatean civilization. We visited Petra earlier in our journey tonight, marveling at its carved facades and its water systems. But the story of the Nabateans does not end with Petra's decline. It ends with something stranger and more complete, the disappearance of the Nabateans as a distinct cultural identity, a vanishing so thorough that the language they spoke became extinct, the script they wrote was abandoned, and the people themselves were absorbed so completely into the surrounding cultures that tracing their descendants is a matter of inference rather than clear documentation. The Nabateans were, as we noted, a Semitic people whose origins are uncertain. Their language, Nabatean Aramaic, was a dialect of the Aramaic family of languages, written in a distinctive script that was used for commerce, religious inscriptions, and royal declarations across a wide geographic area. Nabatean Aramaic script is of particular historical interest because it appears to be the ancestor of the Arabic script, the writing system used today to transcribe one of the world's most widely spoken languages. This makes the Nabateans, in a sense, the founders of a writing tradition that has shaped the visual culture of billions of people for more than a millennium. The Nabatean kingdom was annexed by Rome in 106 CE and incorporated into the Roman province of Arabia Patria, as we mentioned in our discussion of Petra. This political transformation did not immediately destroy Nabatean culture. The Nabatean population continued to exist, continued to use their language and their script in everyday contexts, continued to practice their religious traditions alongside the Roman ones that were imposed or imported. Nabatean deities were worshipped at shrines that Romans sometimes syncretized with their own gods, a common process of cultural blending in the Roman provincial world. But over the following centuries, Nabatean cultural distinctiveness gradually eroded. The Nabatean language gave way to Arabic, which was already being spoken by the nomadic tribes of the Arabian Peninsula and which expanded as a vernacular language across the region. Nabatean script evolved through a process of gradual simplification and modification into the Arabic script. The elaborate carved tombs of Petra fell out of use. The water systems that had sustained the desert city were no longer maintained. The trade routes that had been the lifeblood of Nabatean prosperity shifted. By the time the Arab-Islamic expansion of the 7th century CE swept through the region, there were no longer any Nabateans in the sense of a people who identified themselves by that name and maintained a distinct Nabatean cultural tradition. They had become something else, absorbed into the Arabic-speaking world that surrounded and eventually engulfed them. What is mysterious about the Nabatean disappearance is not that it happened. Cultural absorption is a common historical process, and many ancient peoples have ceased to exist as distinct identities over time. What is mysterious is the completeness of the disappearance, the almost total absence of any sense of Nabatean identity in the historical record after the early centuries of the Common Era, and the lack of any clear moment of rupture that might explain it. Were the Nabateans so thoroughly assimilated that their descendants forgot they were Nabateans? Did the political transformation of Roman annexation accelerate a process of cultural erosion that might otherwise have taken longer? Did the shift in trade routes, which undermined the economic basis of Nabatean urban life, also undermine the social structures within which Nabatean cultural identity was maintained? These questions cannot be answered with certainty. The Nabateans left behind their extraordinary monuments, their carved cities, their water systems, and their script, but they left behind almost nothing that speaks directly to their inner life, their sense of who they were and how they understood their place in the world. And so they remain, in a sense, a civilization defined primarily by what it built rather than by what it thought or felt or believed. Mystery 12. The Lost City of Ubar. There is a city mentioned in the Quran, a city called Iram of the Pillars, described as a place of great wealth and architectural splendor whose people were destroyed by God for their arrogance and wickedness. Islamic tradition associated this city with a trading center in the empty quarter of the Arabian Peninsula, a vast sea of sand dunes known as the Rub al-Khali. And over centuries the legend of this lost city merged with Arab traditions about a place called Ubar, a great trading hub on the frankincense route that was swallowed by the desert. For a long time, Ubar was treated in the same category as Atlantis, as a legend perhaps inspired by some real place, but not itself a real geographical location. The empty quarter is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, its dunes rising to heights of 300 meters, its temperatures reaching extremes that kill unprepared travelers quickly, and the idea that a great city might lie buried somewhere within it seemed more romantic than plausible. Then, in the late 1980s, a team of researchers that included filmmaker and explorer Nicholas Clapp, British explorer Sir Ranulph Fiennes, and archaeologist Juris Surens began using an unlikely tool to search for Ubar. Satellite imagery from NASA, specifically images taken by the space shuttle that could detect features beneath the surface of desert sands, revealed a network of ancient tracks converging on a point near the edge of the empty quarter in what is now the Dhofar region of Oman. Camel caravan trails, worn into the desert surface over centuries of use, all seem to lead to the same place. Excavations at the site, called Shizr in Oman, began in the early 1990s and revealed the remains of an ancient fortified settlement that had been occupied for thousands of years, from roughly 3000 BCE to around 300 CE. The site contained evidence of large-scale trade in frankincense, consistent with the legends of Ubar as a major hub on the ancient incense routes that connected Arabia to the Mediterranean world and to ancient India. Frankincense trees grew in the nearby Dhofar Mountains, and the resins harvested from them were among the most valuable commodities of the ancient world, essential for religious ceremonies across a vast geographic area from Rome to Egypt to Mesopotamia to India. The site also revealed the likely cause of the city's end. Beneath the ancient settlement, there were enormous limestone caverns, carved out of the rock by water over geological time. At some point, apparently around the end of the city's occupation, these caverns collapsed, causing the ground above to subside dramatically. The ancient settlement fell into the resulting depression and was buried. This geological catastrophe, a massive sinkhole swallowing a city, may well be the origin of the legend of a great city destroyed by divine punishment, swallowed by the earth for the sins of its inhabitants. Not all researchers are convinced that Shizar is Ubar. Some argue that the settlement found there, though real and significant, was a relatively modest fort rather than the great city of legend, and that the real Ubar may lie elsewhere, perhaps deeper in the desert, perhaps in a location where the sands have buried it more completely than at Shizar. The debate continues, and the empty quarter, vast and largely unexplored archaeologically, may yet yield further surprises. Mystery 13. The ancient city of Caral. In the Supe Valley of coastal Peru, at a site that overlooks a river valley and the distant Pacific Ocean, there is a collection of ruins that has forced archaeologists to fundamentally revise their understanding of how civilization developed in the Americas. The site is called Caral, and it is the oldest known complex society in the Western Hemisphere, a city of considerable size and sophistication that was flourishing at the same time as the Old Kingdom of Egypt and the early urban centers of Mesopotamia around 2600 to 2000 BCE. Caral was first systematically studied by Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady Solis beginning in the late 1990s, and the results of her excavations were extraordinary. The site covers approximately 66 hectares and contains 6 large platform mounds, arranged around a large sunken circular plaza, along with residential areas, storage facilities, and evidence of complex social organization. The largest platform mound, called the Pyramid Mayor, rises to about 18 meters and was built in stages, with each new layer of construction covering and enclosing the previous one, a pattern seen in other ancient American mound-building cultures as well. What makes Caral particularly striking is what it was not. It appears to have been a city without warfare. No weapons have been found at the site. No fortifications surround the residential areas. The skeletal remains show no signs of trauma consistent with violent conflict. This is highly unusual for an early urban center, most of which show clear evidence of the violence that typically accompanies competition for resources and political power. Caral seems to have developed as a trading center and ceremonial hub without the military dimension that characterizes so many other early states. The economy of Caral was based on fishing and agriculture. The site lies about 20 kilometers from the coast, close enough to have maintained regular contact with fishing communities, whose catches of anchovies and other fish could be exchanged for agricultural products from the inland valleys. The Supe Valley was highly productive, with the availability of river water allowing intensive cultivation of cotton, squash, beans, and other crops. Cotton was particularly important because it was used to make fishing nets, creating an economic interdependence between coastal fishing communities and inland farmers that may have been the foundation of Caral's prosperity. Caral's people did not use ceramics. They did not make pottery at all, which is highly unusual for an urban society at this level of complexity. Instead, they used gourds as containers and storage vessels. They did, however, use a recording system. Researchers have found at Caral examples of knotted string objects called quipus, the same recording system used millennia later by the Inca to keep accounts and records. The presence of quipus at Caral suggests that this information technology was far older than previously believed, and that its invention may date back to the very beginnings of complex society in the Andes. The city of Caral and the broader Caral Supe civilization, which included about 20 contemporaneous settlements in the surrounding valleys, appear to have declined around 1800 BCE, possibly as a result of environmental changes, including increased sand encroachment from the desert to the west, and possibly changes in the ocean currents that affected the fishing economy. After its decline, the site was buried by sand and remained effectively invisible to modern eyes until the work of Ruth Shady Solis and her colleagues revealed its true nature and age. Caral reminds us that the story of human civilization is far more complex and geographically distributed than any simple narrative can capture. It is a city that flourished before writing, before pottery, before bronze tools, using forms of knowledge and social organization that we are only beginning to understand. Mystery 14. The mystery of the Olmec civilization. Along the southern coast of the Gulf of Mexico, in the tropical lowlands of what are now the Mexican states of Veracruz and Tabasco, the oldest complex civilization in Mesoamerica arose more than 3,000 years ago. The people we call the Olmec, a name derived from an Aztec word meaning rubber people, in reference to the rubber trees that grew in their region, built cities, developed artistic traditions, and appear to have created some of the earliest calendar systems and possibly writing in the Americas. And they remain, despite more than a century of archaeological study, deeply mysterious. The Olmec civilization flourished from roughly 1500 to 400 BCE, with its major centers including San Lorenzo, which was the dominant center during the early Olmec period from about 1500 to 1000 BCE, and La Venta, which rose to prominence afterward and remained important until the civilization's decline. Smaller sites including Tres Zapotes and Laguna de los Cerros also played significant roles in the Olmec world. The most iconic products of Olmec civilization are the colossal stone heads, enormous sculptural monuments depicting human faces with distinctive features, full lips, broad noses, and features that wear helmets apparently related to the ball game, a ritual sport with deep religious significance across Mesoamerica. 17 of these heads have been found, ranging from 1.5 to 3.4 meters in height and weighing between 6 and 50 tons. They were carved from large basalt boulders, which had to be transported from the Tuxtla Mountains, some 90 to 100 kilometers from the main Olmec centers, a logistical achievement of considerable difficulty, given that the Olmec had no wheeled vehicles and no draft animals. Each head is believed to represent a specific ruler, making them the earliest known royal portraits in the Americas. Their individuality is striking. Though they share certain stylistic features, each face has distinctly different characteristics, and the careful rendering of individual physiognomy suggests that the sculptors were aiming for actual likeness rather than a generic royal type. These were real people, powerful people, important enough to have their faces preserved in stone at enormous expense of labor and resources. The Olmec also created smaller sculptures, jade figurines, ceramic vessels, and a range of ritual objects that reveal the complexity of their religious system. Jade was the most precious material in the Olmec world, associated with water, fertility, maize, and royalty. Some of the jade objects found at Olmec sites are technically accomplished to a degree that still impresses modern lapidaries. The Olmec appear to have been the originators of many religious concepts and iconographic traditions that were later developed and elaborated by subsequent Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and the Aztec. One of the most debated aspects of Olmec civilization is whether they had writing. A block of greenstone found at Cascajal in the 1990s, dated to roughly 900 BCE, bears 62 symbols arranged in horizontal rows that many researchers believe constitute a genuine writing system, the oldest in Mesoamerica and possibly in the Americas generally. Other researchers are more cautious, arguing that the symbols may represent something other than phonetic or logographic writing. If the Cascajal block does represent writing, the Olmec script has so far not been deciphered and no other examples of comparable inscriptions have been found. The decline of the Olmec centers is, like so much about this civilization, incompletely understood. San Lorenzo appears to have suffered significant destruction around 900 BCE, with many of its monuments deliberately defaced or buried. Whether this represents military conquest, internal revolution, or a deliberate ritual act of termination is disputed. La Venta continued to thrive for several more centuries before it too declined around 400 BCE. After that, the heartland of Olmec civilization was no longer a major political or cultural center, though Olmec cultural traditions and iconography continued to influence the civilizations that followed. Who were the Olmec? Where did they come from? What language did they speak? These questions have generated considerable debate and some fringe theories that are best left aside. The mainstream scholarly consensus is that the Olmec were a Mesoamerican people whose roots lay in the region they occupied, who developed their civilization through internal processes of agricultural intensification and social complexity, and whose cultural influence spread through trade and interaction to other parts of Mesoamerica. But many details of their social organization, religious beliefs, and political structures remain opaque to us, waiting for further excavation and further analysis. Mystery 15. The abandonment of Angkor. In the forests of northwestern Cambodia, there is a complex of temples so vast and so extraordinary that when European explorers first described it to Western audiences in the 19th century, their accounts were met with disbelief. Surely nothing so magnificent could exist in a land they had assumed was of minor historical significance. And surely such a complex could not have been built by the ancestors of the people who live there now. Both of these skeptical reactions were wrong. The temples of Angkor exist, emphatically and overwhelmingly, and they were built by the Khmer people, whose descendants still live in Cambodia. The Angkor complex, centered on the Temple of Angkor Wat and surrounded by dozens of other major temples, royal palaces, reservoirs, and urban infrastructure, was the heart of the Khmer Empire, which dominated a large portion of mainland Southeast Asia from roughly the 9th to the 15th century CE. At its height, the Angkor region was home to perhaps 1 million people, making it one of the largest pre-industrial urban agglomerations in the world. The city's infrastructure included an elaborate system of canals, reservoirs called barays, and distribution channels that managed the seasonal rains of the monsoon climate, storing water during the wet season and releasing it for irrigation during the dry months. Angkor Wat itself, built during the reign of King Suryavarman II in the 12th century, is the largest religious monument ever constructed. Its 5 towers represent the peaks of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain at the center of Hindu cosmology. Its galleries are decorated with kilometers of bas-relief carvings depicting scenes from Hindu mythology, royal processions, armies on the march, and the churning of the cosmic ocean. The scale and quality of these carvings, executed in a style of extraordinary sophistication, represent one of humanity's greatest artistic achievements. And then, in the 15th century, the great city was gradually abandoned. The Khmer court moved south to the region around Phnom Penh. Angkor did not become immediately and completely empty. Small communities continued to inhabit some parts of the site, and Buddhist monks maintained the temples of Angkor Wat throughout the following centuries. But the great urban system, the reservoirs and canals, and managed water infrastructure that had supported 1 million people, fell into disuse. The jungle began to reclaim it. What caused the abandonment of one of the greatest cities of the medieval world? Several theories have been proposed, and current scholarship suggests that the answer involves multiple interacting factors rather than a single cause. Climate research has revealed that the 14th and 15th centuries were a period of significant climatic instability in Southeast Asia. The monsoon, the seasonal pattern of rains on which Angkor's water management system depended, became erratic and unpredictable during this period. Extended droughts alternated with unusually intense rainfall events. The sophisticated water management infrastructure of Angkor, which had been designed and calibrated over centuries for a relatively predictable monsoon pattern, was not well suited to cope with this kind of volatility. Droughts reduced agricultural yields and strained the food supply that supported the city's large population. Intense rainfall events may have overwhelmed the drainage capacity of the canal system, causing catastrophic flooding of agricultural land. LiDAR survey of the Angkor region, conducted in the early 21st century, revealed something that ground-level survey had not made clear. The canal system showed evidence of hasty repairs, modifications, and failed attempts to manage crises that suggest engineers were struggling to maintain a system under extreme stress. Channels were blocked, rerouted, and partially infilled in ways that indicate emergency responses rather than planned maintenance. The water system appears to have been failing, and failing relatively rapidly in its final decades. Political pressures also played a role. The Thai kingdoms to the west, particularly Ayutthaya, were expanding in power and became an increasing military threat to the Khmer Empire. Several Thai sieges and sacks of Angkor are recorded in the historical sources, and these attacks may have both directly damaged the infrastructure and undermined the administrative capacity needed to maintain it. Moving the capital south to Phnom Penh placed the Khmer court in a more defensible position and closer to the maritime trade routes that were becoming increasingly important in regional commerce. The forest that reclaimed Angkor is itself part of the mystery and part of the appeal. Tree roots snake through temple walls, prying apart stones that were fitted together 1,000 years ago. In the temple known as Ta Prohm, enormous fig and silk cotton trees have been allowed to remain intertwined with the structure, their roots gripping carved stone faces and stone doorways in an embrace that seems to simultaneously destroy and preserve. Walking through those corridors, with the tree roots forming archways and the light filtering through the forest canopy above, one feels the weight of time in a particularly direct way. Mystery 16. The Lost Settlements of Easter Island. Easter Island, called Rapa Nui by its indigenous people, is one of the most isolated inhabited places on Earth. It lies in the southeastern Pacific Ocean, roughly 3,700 kilometers from the coast of Chile and 2,075 kilometers from the nearest inhabited island. Its nearest neighbor is tiny Pitcairn Island, itself extraordinarily remote. In this vast oceanic isolation, a Polynesian people arrived sometime between 700 and 1200 CE, probably navigating from the Marquesas Islands or from Mangareva, and built a civilization that left behind one of the most iconic and most debated collections of monuments in the world. The Moai, the enormous stone statues that stand around the island's coastline and interior, need no introduction. They are among the most recognizable human-made objects on Earth, those long solemn faces with their extended ears and their forward-looking gaze. There are approximately 900 of them, in various stages of completion, ranging from finished statues standing on ceremonial platforms called ahu to works in progress still attached to the stone of the quarry where they were carved. The quarry, a volcanic crater called Reino Raraku, still contains hundreds of partly completed statues in all stages of carving, as though the workers simply put down their tools one day and walked away. The Moai represent ancestors, deified figures whose spiritual power was believed to protect and benefit the living communities they watched over. Each ahu with its moai served a clan's ceremonial center, and the construction of larger and more impressive moai was a form of competitive display that expressed a clan's prestige and its relationship with powerful ancestors. The statues were carved at Reino Raraku using basalt tools and then transported across the island, sometimes for distances of more than 10 kilometers, to their final positions on coastal platforms. How exactly this transport was accomplished has been a subject of considerable debate. Modern experiments have demonstrated that the statues could have been walked by teams of people using ropes, a technique consistent with oral traditions that describe the Moai as having walked to their positions. Many statues were originally fitted with separate coral and stone eyes, and many wore large cylindrical topknots of red scoria, a different volcanic stone quarried from a separate location on the island. The combination of the white coral eyes, which gave the statues an arresting, alive quality, and the red topknots, which added further visual drama, suggests that in their original state these monuments were even more striking than the eyeless, top-knot missing statues that survive today. The society that built the Moai was complex, hierarchical, and eventually under severe stress. The island's forests, which had once covered much of the landscape, were gradually cleared for agriculture, for wood to construct canoes and housing, and possibly to provide the rollers and levers needed to transport the statues. By the time of European contact in 1722, when the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen arrived on Easter Sunday and gave the island its European name, the forests were almost entirely gone. The topsoil was eroding. Agricultural productivity had declined. The population, which may have reached 10 to 20,000 at its peak, had contracted significantly. The collapse of Easter Island's society and environment has become one of the most cited examples of ecological overshoot in popular culture, a cautionary tale about the dangers of consuming resources faster than they can be renewed. But the reality is more complex than the simple parable suggests. Recent research has challenged aspects of the conventional narrative, particularly the idea that the island's Polynesian inhabitants deforested the island alone. The introduction of rats by the first settlers, who would have multiplied rapidly and consumed the seeds of palm trees, preventing forest regeneration, may have been a significant factor in deforestation alongside direct human land clearing. And the population collapse that is often attributed to self-inflicted ecological disaster was also caused in significant part by the devastating effects of European contact, including the introduction of diseases to which the islanders had no immunity and the raids of Peruvian slave traders in the 19th century. The mystery of Easter Island is not simply how the Moai were built or why the society collapsed. The deeper mystery is what this civilization thought of itself and its situation, what the islanders understood about the changes happening to their island, what they believed the Moai were doing for them, whether they sensed the fragility of the system they were part of. These are questions that require human voices to answer, and those voices are mostly gone. Mystery 17. The Bronze Age Collapse. We have spent our journey tonight visiting individual mysteries, individual cities and civilizations whose endings or origins puzzle us. But our final mystery is different in scale. It is not the collapse of one city or one civilization. It is the simultaneous or near-simultaneous collapse of almost every advanced civilization in a particular part of the world within the space of a few decades in the late 12th century BCE. It is, in the view of many historians, the single greatest catastrophe in the ancient world before the fall of the Roman Empire, and it remains one of the most debated and most fascinating mysteries in all of human history. The period in question is roughly 1200 to 1150 BCE. The region is the Eastern Mediterranean and the Near East, and the civilizations affected include virtually every major power in the area. The Mycenaean Greek civilization, whose palace centers at Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and other sites had dominated the Greek world for centuries, collapsed. Its palace complexes were burned, in some cases more than once, and abandoned. The Linear B writing system, which had been the administrative language of the Mycenaean palace economy, disappeared entirely. The Greek world entered a period scholars call the Dark Ages, a time of reduced population, simpler material culture, and loss of literacy that lasted roughly 3 centuries. The Hittite Empire, the great power of Anatolia that had competed with Egypt as the dominant force in the Near East and whose armies had fought the Egyptians to a standstill at the Battle of Kadesh, ceased to exist. Its capital Hattusa was burned and abandoned. The Hittite state never recovered. The Ugaritic kingdom, centered on the cosmopolitan trading city of Ugarit on the Syrian coast, was destroyed. Archaeologists excavating Ugarit found letters in the kiln, correspondence that had been in the process of being baked when the city was burned, letters that described an emergency, a crisis unfolding in real time. One letter, written by the king of Ugarit to the king of Cyprus, describes ships spotted off the coast and says the city is being burned and its people are doing terrible things. The letter was never sent. The city was destroyed before it could be dispatched. The Kassite dynasty of Babylon fell. The kingdom of Alashia, identified with Cyprus, was seriously disrupted. Egyptian control of Canaan collapsed. Egypt itself survived, but only barely, and emerged from the crisis significantly weakened. The brilliant interconnected world of the Late Bronze Age, with its long-distance trade networks, its diplomatic correspondence in cuneiform writing, its shared luxury goods and shared ideas flowing along routes that linked Greece to Egypt to Mesopotamia to Anatolia, was shattered. Who or what caused this collapse? The ancient Egyptian records describe invaders called the Sea Peoples, groups of warriors arriving by ship who attacked Egypt and the eastern Mediterranean coast repeatedly during this period. Egyptian inscriptions and reliefs depict battles against these sea peoples and describe them as having come from islands and coasts in the north. Some of the groups named in these records can be tentatively identified with known peoples. The Peleset may be the Philistines, the Tjeker and Shikalesh may have Aegean connections, but the identities and origins of many of the groups remain debated. For a long time, the Sea Peoples were blamed as the primary cause of the Bronze Age collapse, a narrative of barbarian invasion overwhelming sophisticated urban civilization. But this explanation has increasingly been questioned. The Sea Peoples do appear in the record as raiders and migrants, but there are reasons to think they were as much symptoms of the collapse as causes. Many of the groups described as Sea Peoples appear to have been displaced people themselves, migrants moving through a world already in crisis rather than the aggressors who created the crisis. Modern scholarship has proposed a more complex and genuinely more interesting picture. The Bronze Age collapse, in this view, was the result of a system's failure, the breakdown of a highly interconnected and interdependent network of palatial economies that had created prosperity but also fragility. The palace economies of the Late Bronze Age were tightly coupled systems. They depended on long-distance trade for essential commodities. Cyprus provided copper. The forests of Lebanon provided timber for ships. Tin, essential for making bronze, came from distant sources in Afghanistan or perhaps Anatolia. Egypt provided grain. When this network was disrupted, even partially, the consequences cascaded through the system, and there were multiple disruptions occurring more or less simultaneously. Evidence from climate science suggests that the late 13th and early 12th centuries BC saw a prolonged drought across much of the eastern Mediterranean, reducing agricultural yields and stressing the surplus-dependent palace economies. Evidence of earthquakes at multiple sites in the affected region suggests seismic activity may have damaged infrastructure at a critical moment. Internal rebellions or class conflicts within the tightly stratified palace societies may have further weakened central authority. And then the migrations and raids of the sea peoples added military pressure to an already unstable situation. The result was a catastrophe whose scale is difficult to fully comprehend. The population of the affected region declined dramatically, in some areas by as much as 70 or 80% over the course of a century or two. Writing systems were lost. Craft traditions disappeared. Long-distance trade collapsed. The brilliant, complex, literate world of the Late Bronze Age contracted into smaller, simpler, more locally self-sufficient communities. The recovery was slow. In Greece, it took about 3 centuries for literacy and complex urban life to re-emerge, in the form of the archaic Greek civilization that eventually gave rise to the classical world we know. In the Near East, recovery was somewhat faster, but the world that re-emerged was fundamentally different from the world that had preceded the collapse. New powers, new languages, new political arrangements filled the space that the Bronze Age palace kingdoms had occupied. The Iron Age that followed the Bronze Age collapse was shaped at every level by the catastrophe that had preceded it. We do not know, with certainty, what caused the Bronze Age collapse. We have evidence, we have theories, we have increasingly sophisticated climate data, and increasingly detailed archaeological records. But the full picture, the sequence of events as they were experienced by the people living through them, the decisions made and not made, the moments when different choices might have produced different outcomes, that remains beyond our reach. It is history's great unsolved crime scene, and the investigators are still at work. And so we come, gently, to the end of our journey through 17 of humanity's most enduring archaeological mysteries. We have wandered through carved stone cities and desert canyons and walked the narrow streets of ancient planned cities beneath the soil of modern Pakistan. We have stood beside carved stone faces gazing out across a remote Pacific Ocean and climbed terraced platforms in the jungles of Mexico. We have looked into the face of a civilization that left its greatest accomplishments in a script no one has yet learned to read, and traced the outline of a collapse so total that it erased entire worlds. What emerges from all of this is not despair at what we do not know, but something quieter and more sustaining. A sense that the human story is larger than any single telling of it can contain. That beneath the world we can see and measure and name, there are layers of human experience stretching back farther than we can easily imagine, filled with people who loved and argued and built and planted and wondered about their own place in a universe that seemed as vast and mysterious to them as ours does to us. The ancient world did not end. It changed form. It went underground, beneath layers of sediment and time, waiting for patient hands and careful tools to bring it back into the light. And somewhere out there, beneath a desert no survey has fully mapped, beneath a forest canopy dense enough to hide an entire city, beneath the waters of a sea that has been rising slowly for 10,000 years, there are places and stories we have not yet found. They are patient. The ruins are always patient. They have learned, over millennia of silence, how to wait. And perhaps that is the most restful thought to carry into sleep tonight. That the world is deeper than we know. That history is longer than we can hold in our minds. That beneath everything familiar, beneath the ordinary surface of the present, there is a vast depth of human experience extending backward through time, quiet and still and full of things that have not yet been found. The ancient cities are sleeping, as you are sleeping now. The stones are settling, as they have always settled, into the patient darkness of the earth. And the questions, all those beautiful unanswerable questions, float gently upward through layers of soil and time and into the soft night air, where they can rest a while, untroubled, until morning. Mystery 18. Stonehenge. There is a place on the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, where the land is wide and open and the sky comes down very close to the earth. And in the middle of this openness there stands a ring of enormous stones that has been standing there, in various configurations and stages of completion, for approximately 5,000 years. The stones have been there through the entire written history of Europe. They were standing when the Romans arrived in Britain and found them already ancient. They were standing through the Anglo-Saxon period, through the medieval centuries, through the Renaissance, through every subsequent era of British history. They have been measured, surveyed, excavated, theorized about, and photographed more times than any other prehistoric monument in the world. And the fundamental question of why they were built has never been definitively answered. Stonehenge is not a single monument, but a complex of monuments, the product of multiple phases of construction spread over roughly 1,500 years, from about 3000 BCE to 1500 BCE. What we see today is the final and most dramatic phase, Stonehenge. There is a place on the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, where the land is wide and open and the sky comes down very close to the earth. And in the middle of this openness there stands a ring of enormous stones that has been standing there, in various configurations and stages of completion, for approximately 5,000 years. The stones have been there through the entire written history of Europe. They were standing when the Romans arrived in Britain and found them already ancient. They were standing through the Anglo-Saxon period, through the medieval centuries, through the Renaissance, through every subsequent era of British history. They have been measured, surveyed, excavated, theorized about, and photographed more times than any other prehistoric monument in the world. And the fundamental question of why they were built has never been definitively answered. Stonehenge is not a single monument, but a complex of monuments, the product of multiple phases of construction spread over roughly 1,500 years, from about 3000 BCE to 1500 BCE. What we see today is the final and most dramatic phase of a long process of construction and modification that began with a simple circular earthwork and ditch and evolved over centuries into the ring of massive standing stones that has captured the human imagination ever since. The first phase of Stonehenge was relatively modest. Around 3000 BCE, people dug a circular ditch and bank roughly 110 meters in diameter, creating an enclosure that was probably used for ceremonial purposes. Inside this enclosure, they dug a ring of pits, known today as the Aubrey holes after the 17th century antiquarian John Aubrey, who first noticed them, which may have held wooden posts or perhaps standing stones of some kind. Cremated human remains have been found in and around the Aubrey holes, suggesting that the site served as a place of burial or ancestor veneration from its earliest phases. The more dramatic phases came later. Around 2500 BCE, the builders of Stonehenge undertook the remarkable feat of transporting enormous stones from two different sources, both of them far from Salisbury Plain, and erecting them in the distinctive arrangements we see today. The larger stones, called sarsens, are enormous blocks of a hard siliceous sandstone that outcrops naturally on the Marlborough Downs, about 25 kilometers to the north of Stonehenge. The largest of these sarsen stones weighs approximately 25 tons, and the process of shaping them, transporting them across the landscape, and raising them into position using only the tools and technologies available in the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age represents an engineering achievement that continues to impress and puzzle researchers. But the sarsens are not the most mysterious stones at Stonehenge. That distinction belongs to the smaller bluestones, a group of around 80 stones of various igneous and volcanic rock types that were transported to Stonehenge from the Preseli Hills in southwestern Wales, a distance of approximately 250 kilometers. How exactly these stones, some weighing up to 4 tons, were moved across that distance, over mountains and rivers and open sea, remains a subject of active debate and ongoing experimental research. Some researchers have proposed that the bluestones were transported by sea on rafts, navigating around the Welsh coast and up the Bristol Channel and along rivers towards Salisbury Plain. Others have suggested primarily overland routes. Experiments in moving large stones using only prehistoric technologies have demonstrated that it is physically possible to move such weights with sufficient human labor and ingenuity, but the precise method used by the Stonehenge builders has not been conclusively demonstrated. Why did the builders of Stonehenge go to such extraordinary trouble to bring stones specifically from the Preseli Hills? One compelling hypothesis suggests that the blue stones were already considered sacred or powerful before they were moved, that they had been part of an earlier stone circle in Wales and were deliberately relocated to Stonehenge because of their established spiritual significance. Excavations at a site in Wales called Wan Mawn have revealed evidence of a dismantled stone circle whose dimensions match those of the bluestone arrangement at Stonehenge, lending some support to this idea. The astronomical alignments of Stonehenge have been recognized since at least the 18th century and have been a central focus of scholarly discussion ever since. The monument is oriented so that on the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the rising sun aligns precisely with the main axis of the monument, with its light falling through the great trilithons and illuminating the center of the circle. On the winter solstice, the setting sun aligns with the same axis from the opposite direction. Whether these alignments were the primary purpose of the monument or one function among several is debated, but the deliberateness of the orientation is not seriously questioned by mainstream scholarship. The people who built Stonehenge left no written records, no texts that describe their intentions or their beliefs. We know them through their artifacts, their burials, and their monuments, and through the increasingly sophisticated scientific techniques that archaeologists have applied to these remains in recent decades. Ancient DNA analysis has revealed that the people responsible for the earliest phase of Stonehenge were descended from Neolithic farmers who had migrated into Britain from continental Europe sometime around 4000 BCE, displacing or absorbing the earlier hunter-gatherer population. Later phases of construction are associated with a different population, the Beaker people, who arrived in Britain from continental Europe around 2500 BCE and who brought with them new technologies, new burial practices, and apparently new religious ideas. Excavations around Stonehenge have revealed that the monument was not isolated in its landscape, but was the focal point of an extensive ceremonial complex. Doington Walls, a large henge monument about 3 kilometers northeast of Stonehenge, was associated with a settlement where thousands of people apparently gathered, possibly seasonally, to feast and celebrate. Animal bones found at Doington Walls show evidence of feasting on a massive scale, with pigs and cattle slaughtered in large numbers. The site also contained wooden structures that may have been the settlement's equivalent of the stone circle, a processional avenue connecting Doington Walls to the River Avon, as another avenue connects Stonehenge to the same river from the opposite direction. This discovery has led some researchers to propose a model in which Stonehenge and Doington Walls functioned as complementary sites within a larger ceremonial landscape, with Stonehenge associated with the dead and the ancestors, and Doington Walls associated with the living and the seasonal celebrations of the agricultural year. The river would have provided a connecting route between the two sites, perhaps used in processions that moved bodies or ashes from the feasting and settlement site to the final resting place of the stone monument. But this model, however compelling, remains a hypothesis. Stonehenge does not yield its meanings easily. 5,000 years of weather and human activity have removed or obscured much of the evidence that might help resolve the outstanding questions. And the monument itself, in its surviving form, incomplete and in some places toppled and rearranged, gives us only a partial view of what it once was. What we can say with confidence is that Stonehenge represented an extraordinary investment of collective human effort, sustained over many generations, dedicated to purposes that were clearly of the greatest importance to the people involved. The scale of that investment implies not casual or opportunistic activity, but deep and enduring commitment, a shared sense of meaning that was powerful enough to motivate the movement of enormous stones across hundreds of kilometers of difficult terrain. What that meaning was, we can only approach from the outside, inferring from the alignments, the burials, the material culture, and the landscape context. The center of the meaning, whatever the people of Stonehenge felt when they stood in that stone circle, and watch the solstice sun rise through the trilithons that remains inaccessible to us. It is held, quietly, in the stones themselves. Mystery 19. The Nazca Lines. In the coastal desert of southern Peru, in one of the driest places on Earth, the surface of the land carries an extraordinary set of marks. They are lines, mostly long straight lines that run across the desert floor for distances of up to 9 kilometers without deviating more than a few meters from their course. There are also geometric shapes, trapezoids and spirals and zigzags, some of them large enough to contain several football fields within their outlines. And there are figures, animal and human forms drawn in a style that is immediately recognizable once you know what you are looking at: a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey with a curling tail, a condor with outstretched wings, a figure sometimes called the astronaut because of the way it appears to be wearing a helmet, though that interpretation reflects the imagination of the viewer more than any reasonable archaeological analysis. These are the Nazca Lines, created by a pre-Columbian people known as the Nazca culture, who inhabited the coastal valleys of southern Peru from roughly 100 BCE to 800 CE. The lines were made by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that cover the desert surface to reveal the pale yellowish-gray ground beneath. The contrast between the exposed ground and the surrounding desert surface is subtle when you are standing on it, which is one reason the lines were not recognized as a coherent phenomenon by modern observers until the era of aviation. From the ground, they are simply shallow ditches or low ridges in the earth. From the air, they resolve into their true forms. The American archaeologist Paul Kosak is usually credited as the first modern scholar to recognize the significance of the Nazca Lines in 1939. But it was the German mathematician and archaeologist Maria Reich who spent the better part of her life studying and protecting the lines, living in the desert for decades, and developing the first systematic documentation of the geoglyphs. Reich championed the astronomical interpretation of the lines, arguing that they functioned as a giant astronomical calendar, with different lines pointing to the rising and setting positions of the sun, moon, and various stars at significant times of the year. She dedicated her life to this work, and her contribution to the preservation of the lines was immeasurable. The astronomical theory has been tested repeatedly since Reich's time. The results have been mixed. Some lines do appear to align with astronomical events, and it would be surprising if none of them did, given the large number of lines pointing in many different directions. But a systematic analysis conducted in the 1980s found that the astronomical alignments at Nazca were not significantly better than what would be expected by chance given the density and variety of the lines. This does not mean that astronomical observations played no role in the creation of the lines, but it suggests that a purely astronomical explanation is insufficient. Other theories have proliferated over the decades. Some researchers have proposed that the lines were ceremonial pathways, used for ritual processions or pilgrimages. The straight lines, in this view, were not meant to be seen from above, but to be walked, with the act of walking the line being the meaningful activity rather than the visual effect produced by the line's existence. Some of the wider cleared areas might have served as gathering spaces for large ceremonial events. This theory has gained support from the observation that the Nazca people were clearly capable of enormous collective organization, and that other Andean cultures used processional pathways in their ceremonial life. Another significant body of research has connected the Nazca Lines to water. The Nazca region is extremely arid, and water management was a critical concern for the people who lived there. The Nazca people are known to have constructed an impressive system of underground aqueducts called puquios, which tapped into the water table and brought water to the surface through a series of carefully engineered tunnels and shafts. Some researchers have noted that many of the straight lines at Nazca appear to point toward sources of water, toward mountain peaks where snow and rain collected, or toward the locations of underground water sources. In this interpretation, the lines functioned as a kind of map or guide to water resources, or perhaps as part of ritual practices aimed at invoking rainfall and ensuring the water supply. The animal and human figures, which are the most famous elements of the Nazca geoglyphs in popular culture, represent a relatively small portion of the total number of figures. There are about 70 animal figures among hundreds of geometric designs and straight lines. The figures include a spider with remarkable detail in its legs, a hummingbird whose lines flow with extraordinary naturalistic grace, a monkey whose spiral tail is one of the most elegant forms at the site, a whale, a dog, various birds, and several abstract or partially identifiable forms. The figures were clearly made with great skill, their outlines drawn in single continuous lines that rarely cross, suggesting careful planning and possibly the use of scale models or geometric methods to reproduce designs at the enormous scale of the geoglyphs. Who made the Nazca Lines, and how? The who is clearly established. The Nazca culture, identified through pottery, textiles, and other artifacts found in the region, created the geoglyphs during the period of their fluorescence. The how is somewhat more mysterious. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that it is entirely possible to create accurate large-scale geoglyphs using only simple tools, stakes, and cords, the kind of equipment that would have been readily available to the Nazca people. There is nothing technologically impossible about the lines. The mystery is not in the method but in the meaning. The preservation of the Nazca Lines is a consequence of the extreme aridity of the environment and the remarkably stable atmospheric conditions above the desert. The lack of rain means that the removed pebbles are not replaced by erosion. The stable air means that wind rarely reaches the speeds needed to redistribute the surface material. This remarkable preservation has allowed lines created 2,000 years ago to survive essentially intact, which is why we can still see them from the air today and why they will likely still be visible for centuries to come, assuming they are adequately protected from the trucks and motorcycles and tourist infrastructure that pose the most immediate threats. The lines continue to draw researchers and to generate new theories. Each new season of work, each new application of remote sensing or geochemical analysis or radiocarbon dating, adds something to the picture. But the central question, what did the Nazca people believe they were doing when they scraped these enormous figures and lines into the desert floor? And what effect did they expect or experience from their creation, remains open. The desert holds the figures, and the figures hold their secrets, and the sky above them is very wide and very quiet. Mystery 20. The Antikythera Mechanism. In the autumn of 1900, a group of Greek sponge divers sheltering from a storm near the small island of Antikythera, between mainland Greece and Crete, decided to dive in the waters below. They found a shipwreck lying on the sea floor at a depth of about 45 meters, a Roman-era vessel that had sunk sometime around 60 to 70 BCE. The wreck was full of extraordinary objects, marble and bronze statues, glassware, pottery, jewelry, and coins, all of the kind of luxury cargo that wealthy Romans of the late Republic were transporting from the Greek world to Italy. The finds from the Antikythera shipwreck were already remarkable enough to place it among the most significant underwater archaeological discoveries ever made. But among the encrusted fragments recovered from the wreck, almost unnoticed in the excitement over the statues and fine objects, was something far more consequential. It was a lump of corroded bronze, badly degraded by 2,000 years under the sea, that appeared to contain gears. Gears with precisely cut teeth. Gears of a kind that, according to everything historians of technology believed at the time, had no business existing in the ancient world. Over the following century, and with accelerating intensity in the last several decades as imaging technology has improved dramatically, researchers have worked to understand what this object was and how it functioned. What they have gradually pieced together is so extraordinary that it continues to provoke a kind of quiet astonishment even among scholars who have spent their careers studying it. The Antikythera Mechanism, as it is now called, was an astronomical calculator. It was a hand-powered mechanical computer using a system of interlocking bronze gears of remarkable precision to model and predict the movements of celestial bodies. It could calculate the positions of the sun and moon in the zodiac. It could predict lunar and solar eclipses, including the Saros cycle, the 18-year repeating pattern of eclipse possibilities that ancient astronomers had identified through centuries of careful observation. It tracked the 4-year cycle of the Pan-Hellenic Games, including the Olympic Games. And it displayed all of this information through a system of dials and pointers on its front and back faces, operated by a single hand crank that advanced the mechanism through time. The device is now known to contain at least 37 interlocking gears, though some researchers believe additional gears may have existed in parts of the mechanism that have not survived. The gear ratios encoded in the mechanism correspond with extraordinary precision to the actual astronomical cycles they represent. The Metonic cycle, the 19-year period after which lunar phases repeat on the same days of the solar year, is represented by a gear train with a ratio that matches the cycle to within a fraction of a percent. The Saros cycle is similarly represented. The mechanism even appears to have accounted for the irregular motion of the Moon in its elliptical orbit, something that requires an understanding of what we would call the Moon's variable velocity. How sophisticated was the Antikythera mechanism? To put it simply, nothing comparable appears in the historical record for more than 1,000 years after its creation. The next known mechanical devices of comparable complexity are the astronomical clocks of medieval Europe, built in the 13th and 14th centuries CE. The gap between the Antikythera mechanism and the next known geared device of significant complexity is approximately a millennium. This is not a small gap. It represents a discontinuity in the history of technology so large that it demands explanation. Several explanations have been proposed. One is that the Antikythera mechanism was a unique creation, the work of an individual genius or a small group of exceptionally skilled craftsmen, and that the tradition of building such devices did not survive or spread widely. Another is that similar devices existed but have not survived, the fragility of bronze mechanisms and the destructive history of the ancient world making their preservation unlikely. A third, more speculative possibility is that the knowledge required to build such devices was deliberately restricted to a small elite and was lost when that elite was dispersed or destroyed. Ancient texts do provide some context. The Roman orator Cicero mentions seeing a device built by the mathematician Archimedes, or possibly by a follower of Archimedes, that demonstrated the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. The philosopher Posidonius, who taught in Rhodes during the 1st century BCE, is also associated with the creation of astronomical devices. Rhodes is the island most often proposed as the origin of the Antikythera mechanism, based on the astronomical tradition it encodes and on stylistic features of its inscriptions. If the mechanism came from Rhodes, it may represent the product of a Rhodian tradition of astronomical instrument making that was more developed than we have previously appreciated. Recent research using advanced X-ray computed tomography has allowed scholars to read inscriptions on the interior of the mechanism that were previously inaccessible, and the information they contain has continued to expand our understanding of the device's capabilities. A research team announced in 2021 that they believe they had worked out the full design of the front face of the mechanism, including a system for displaying the positions of all 5 planets known to the ancient Greeks, an addition that would make the device even more sophisticated than previously believed. The Antikythera mechanism sits in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, displayed in a case that does not fully convey the magnitude of what you are looking at. It is a corroded, fragmentary lump of ancient bronze. It is also the earliest known analog computer. It is the most compelling single piece of evidence that the intellectual and technological achievements of the ancient world remain significantly underestimated. Mystery 21. The Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and the only one still standing. It was built as the tomb of the pharaoh Khufu, who ruled Egypt during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, approximately 2560 BCE, making it roughly 4,500 years old. It is the largest of the 3 main pyramids at Giza, and for nearly 4,000 years, until the completion of Lincoln Cathedral in England in the 14th century CE, it was the tallest structure ever built by human beings. It remained the tallest man-made structure in the world for so long that the period during which it held that distinction is itself longer than the entire span of recorded European history. These are facts that most people know, or at least have encountered. But familiarity with the Great Pyramid has a way of obscuring just how extraordinary it is as an engineering achievement, and how much about its construction remains genuinely uncertain. The Great Pyramid was originally approximately 146 meters tall, now reduced to about 138 meters by the loss of its original limestone casing and its apex. Its base is nearly perfectly square, with each side measuring approximately 230 meters, and the 4 sides are oriented to the cardinal directions with an accuracy that deviates from true north by less than 1/10 of 1 degree. This level of precision is remarkable for any era of construction, let alone for a period 4,500 years ago when no magnetic compass existed and the tools available were copper chisels, wooden sledges, and human labor. The pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million individual stone blocks, with an average weight of around 2.5 to 15 tons each. The largest blocks, found in the internal chambers, weigh up to 80 tons. These enormous stones were quarried, shaped, transported, and placed with a precision that allowed the finished pyramid to deviate from perfect flatness by only 2.1 centimeters across its entire base, an area of over 53,000 square meters. The precision of the individual stone joints is equally extraordinary. In many parts of the pyramid, the gaps between adjacent blocks are so small that a piece of paper cannot be inserted between them, and the stones were fitted without mortar. How was this done? This is the question that has generated more theories, more speculation, and more popular fascination than almost any other question in archaeology. The honest answer is that we do not know with complete certainty, but mainstream Egyptology has developed a reasonably coherent picture that, while it leaves some details unresolved, does not require any mysterious or supernatural explanations. The workforce that built the Great Pyramid was not composed of slaves, as popular culture long assumed. Archaeological evidence discovered in the 1990s, including the tombs of the pyramid builders and a settlement associated with the construction workforce, has revealed that the workers were paid laborers, fed and housed at state expense, and treated with sufficient respect to be given decent burials when they died. The workforce was organized into gangs with names, some of which have been preserved in graffiti found inside the pyramid. The logistical operation required to feed, house, and organize the tens of thousands of workers involved in pyramid construction was itself a remarkable administrative achievement. The stones were almost certainly moved using wooden sledges, lubricated with water to reduce friction, on ramps of some kind. The question of what the ramps looked like has been debated for decades, because a straight external ramp long enough to reach the pyramid's upper levels would itself have been an enormous construction project, requiring nearly as much material as the pyramid itself. Alternatives including spiral ramps running around the outside of the pyramid, internal ramps, or combinations of different ramp systems at different stages of construction have all been proposed and debated. No consensus has been reached, partly because the evidence for the ramp system was presumably dismantled and reused after the pyramid was completed. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid contains several chambers connected by passages. The lowest chamber, often called the subterranean chamber, is cut into the bedrock beneath the pyramid and appears to have been left unfinished. The Queen's Chamber, despite its name, was probably not intended for a queen but may have served as a symbolic serdab or statue chamber. The King's Chamber, reached via the Grand Gallery, a soaring corbelled passageway of extraordinary construction, contains the granite sarcophagus that presumably once held Khufu's mummy, though the sarcophagus was already empty by the time medieval Arab scholars first explored the pyramid. In recent years, new technologies have opened new windows into the pyramid's interior without requiring destructive excavation. A project called Scan Pyramids, using muon tomography, a technique that uses the same subatomic particles produced by cosmic ray interactions to image the interior of large structures, announced in 2017 the discovery of a large void above the Grand Gallery, a previously unknown space roughly 30 meters long that does not correspond to any known chamber or passage. This void, called the Big Void by the research team, has not yet been explored, and its purpose is entirely unknown. It may be a construction void, a space created deliberately during building to reduce the weight on the chambers below. It may be an undiscovered chamber. It may be something else entirely. The Great Pyramid still holds secrets. After 4,500 years and countless investigations, the most studied building in human history still has rooms we have not entered, questions we cannot answer, and a precision and scale of construction that remains, in the most straightforward sense, astonishing. Mystery 22. The Baghdad Battery. In 1936, during excavations at a site called Kujut Rabu near Baghdad in what was then the Kingdom of Iraq, workers discovered a clay jar approximately 14 centimeters tall. Inside the jar was an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder, and the whole assembly appeared to be sealed with an asphalt plug. The jar dated to the Parthian period, roughly 250 BCE to 224 CE. And in 1938, a German archaeologist named Wilhelm Koenig proposed something that seemed at the time almost incredible. He suggested that this jar and several similar objects he found in museum storage were galvanic cells, devices, capable of producing an electric current through the chemical reaction between the metal components and an acidic liquid that would have been placed in the jar. In other words, Koenig was suggesting that ancient people in Mesopotamia had created batteries. This claim has been controversial ever since it was made. It falls into a category of archaeological interpretation that requires exceptional evidence because of its exceptional implications, and the evidence available is genuinely ambiguous. Replicas of the Baghdad battery filled with grape juice, lemon juice, or acetic acid have been demonstrated to produce small voltages, typically between 0.5 and 2 volts, which is enough to power simple applications. But the existence of a functional galvanic cell is not the same as evidence that its creators understood what they had made or used it deliberately as an electrical device. What might ancient people have done with a small electric current, even assuming they had one? Several possibilities have been proposed. Electroplating, the deposition of a thin layer of one metal onto another using electrical current, has been suggested as a potential application, since ancient craftsmen did produce objects that appeared to have thin gold or silver coatings. However, analysis of several ancient gilded objects once claimed as evidence of ancient electroplating has generally found that the gilding was achieved by conventional methods like fire gilding or mercury amalgam gilding rather than electroplating. There is no confirmed example of ancient electroplated work that has withstood modern metallurgical analysis. Medical applications have also been proposed. Some ancient medical traditions used mild electrical stimulation derived from electric fish for therapeutic purposes. Could a simple galvanic cell have served a similar purpose? It is possible, but there is no textual evidence from Parthian or earlier Mesopotamian sources that mentions anything resembling electrical apparatus or electrical therapy. The most cautious interpretation, and probably the one that best fits the available evidence, is that the Baghdad battery may have been used for a practical purpose, possibly some kind of electrolytic or storage application, but that we cannot determine what that purpose was without additional evidence. Alternatively, the jars may not have been batteries at all, but simply containers for storing scrolls or organic materials, with the metal components present for preservation rather than electrical reasons. The Baghdad battery is a genuinely fascinating object precisely because it sits at the boundary between what we believe we know about ancient technology and what the physical evidence actually shows. It does not prove that ancient people understood electricity in a modern sense, but it does remind us that ancient craftsmen and scholars were capable of making observations and developing practical applications that do not fit neatly into the linear story of technological progress we usually tell. Mystery 23. The Rongorongo Script of Easter Island. On the same remote island we visited near the end of our first journey, among the same people who carved the Moai and managed the fragile resources of their isolated world, there existed a system of writing, or something very like writing, that remains one of the most completely undeciphered scripts in the world. It is called Rongorongo, a name derived from a Polynesian phrase meaning chanting or recitation, and it consists of sequences of small carved figures, human forms, animals, plants, geometric shapes, incised in neat rows onto wooden tablets. Only about 24 objects bearing Rongorongo inscriptions are known to exist today, scattered across museum collections in Europe, the Americas, and beyond. They include tablets, a staff, a birdman figure, and a Ray Moreau, a traditional Easter Island pectoral ornament. The total corpus of inscribed signs is not large, perhaps 15,000 individual signs across all surviving objects, and the signs themselves are small and densely packed, carved with extraordinary precision using obsidian flakes or shark teeth. Rongorongo was first brought to the attention of Western scholars in 1864, when a French missionary named Joseph Hérode reported seeing wooden tablets covered with carved hieroglyphs in almost every house on Easter Island. By the time serious attempts to document and study the script were being made in the 1870s, most of the tablets had been destroyed, burned by missionaries who considered them pagan objects, or discarded as the population of the island, decimated by disease and the slave raids of the 1860s, was reduced to a tiny remnant of its former size. The few surviving individuals who might have been able to read the script were gone, their knowledge lost. Several attempts to decipher Rongorongo have been made over the past century and a half. The most significant progress came in the late 20th century when researchers discovered that one specific tablet, known as the Santiago staff or Tablet H, appeared to contain a lunar calendar, with groups of signs that corresponded to the number of days in lunar months. This discovery suggested that at least some Rongorongo texts had astronomical content and that the system was capable of encoding numerical information systematically. More recently, a linguist named Ioana Kostek proposed in a 2022 study that Rongorongo may encode the Old Rapanui language, the Polynesian language spoken on Easter Island, using a combination of logographic and phonetic signs. This interpretation, which drew on correlations between sign sequences and known Rapanui words for astronomical concepts, attracted significant attention, though other scholars in the field remained cautious, noting that without a bilingual text or a larger corpus to work with, any proposed decipherment must remain provisional. The fundamental difficulty with deciphering Rongorongo is the same difficulty that faces scholars working on any undeciphered script. Without a bilingual inscription, without a text whose content is known from another source, without a sufficient corpus of material to identify statistical patterns that can be matched to the structure of a known language, the task becomes extraordinarily difficult. The available corpus of Rongorongo is simply very small, and the question of whether it represents a true writing system capable of encoding complete linguistic content, or a more limited recording system that conveyed information through conventions understood by trained practitioners, remains unresolved. There is also the question of origin. Rongorongo appears to be unique, unrelated to any other known writing system in the Pacific or elsewhere. Most writing systems that developed in isolation show evidence of inspiration from or contact with other writing traditions, but Rongorongo has no clear ancestor. Some researchers have suggested it may have developed after the first contact with Spanish explorers in 1770, when islanders observed the Spanish signing a formal proclamation and were inspired to develop their own system of marks. But others argue that the complexity of the system suggests a longer period of development. The wooden tablets sit in their museum cases, their rows of tiny figures patient and inscrutable, carrying whatever they carry in their carved lines, waiting for the understanding that has not yet arrived. Mystery 24. The Longyu Caves. In June 1992, a farmer named Wu Anai in Shiyan Beitsuan village in Zhejiang province, China, decided to drain a pond that had been a feature of the local landscape for as long as anyone could remember. Using a water pump, he and some neighbors gradually reduced the level of the water and found, as it receded, that the pond was not a natural body of water at all, but the flooded entrance to a vast artificial cavern, carved from the solid siltstone bedrock. Further investigation revealed not one cavern, but a complex of at least 24 enormous chambers, clustered together in an area of roughly 1 square kilometer, all of them submerged and unknown to the modern world until that summer afternoon. The Longyu Caves, as they are now called, after the county where they are located, are extraordinary in their scale and in the mystery that surrounds them. Each chamber is roughly the size of an aircraft hangar, with soaring ceilings up to 30 meters high, supported by massive stone pillars left in place by the excavators. The walls, ceilings, and pillars of every chamber are covered with a regular pattern of parallel chisel marks, arranged in a distinctive fish scale or herringbone pattern that is perfectly consistent throughout all of the caves. This pattern is both decorative and functional, providing a textured surface that increases the visual interest of the space, and it was created with a precision and regularity that suggests either extraordinary skill and discipline or the use of some kind of template or guiding device. The total volume of rock removed to create the Longyu Caves is estimated at approximately 1 million cubic meters. This is an enormous amount of excavation. Where did all that rock go? No debris deposits corresponding to the excavation of the caves have been identified in the surrounding area. The question of how the excavated material was disposed of is one of the unresolved puzzles of the site. No historical records mentioning the construction of the caves have been found. Local historical documents make no reference to them. Traditional histories of the region, which in China are often detailed and carefully maintained, are silent on the subject. Oral traditions in the local community. When researchers asked whether any stories about the caves had been passed down, yielded nothing. The caves were simply unknown to modern people until 1992, despite lying within a relatively densely populated area. Carbon dating of organic material from the caves and analysis of the pottery fragments found within them suggest that the caves date to the Qin dynasty or possibly the Han dynasty, roughly between 200 BCE and 200 CE. This is a period of well-documented historical activity in China, which makes the absence of any textual reference to the caves even more puzzling. What were the Longyu caves used for? Various theories have been proposed. Military use, as barracks, storage facilities, or concealed bases, has been suggested, since the Qin dynasty was a period of significant military activity. Ceremonial or religious use has also been proposed, given the apparent care taken with the carved surface patterns, which would have required enormous labor if their purpose were purely practical. Some researchers have suggested that the caves may have served as elite burial chambers, though no burials have been found. Others have proposed industrial purposes, as workshops or storage for specific commodities. The honest answer is that none of these theories has yet been substantiated by compelling evidence. The caves were built by someone, for some purpose, at some point approximately 2,000 years ago, using techniques that have not been identified in any comparable site. And then they were flooded and forgotten, preserved by the water that concealed them, waiting for a farmer with a water pump to rediscover them after 20 centuries of silence. Mystery 25. Göbekli Tepe. In southeastern Turkey, on a hilltop overlooking the Harran Plain, there is a site that has done more to revise our understanding of early human history than almost any other discovery of the past century. It is called Göbekli Tepe, a Turkish name meaning potbelly hill, and it consists of a series of circular and oval stone enclosures containing massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some of them up to 6 meters tall and weighing up to 20 tons, many of them decorated with carved reliefs of animals, abstract symbols, and enigmatic figures. Göbekli Tepe was first surveyed in the 1960s by archaeologists from Istanbul University and the University of Chicago, who noted the presence of flint tools on the surface but classified the site as a medieval cemetery and moved on. It was not until 1994, when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt visited the site and recognized that the flint tools were not medieval but prehistoric, that serious excavation began. What Schmidt and his team found over the following 2 decades of excavation was startling enough to require a fundamental rethinking of the timeline of human civilization. Göbekli Tepe was built approximately 12,000 years ago, during the pre-pottery Neolithic period, before the development of agriculture, before the domestication of animals, before pottery, before any of the technologies we typically associate with settled civilization. The people who built it were, according to the conventional understanding of human prehistory at the time of the site's recognition, still hunter-gatherers, mobile bands of people who moved through the landscape following game and gathering wild plants, without the permanent settlements or the social complexity needed to organize massive construction projects. And yet here was a massive construction project. The pillars of Göbekli Tepe were quarried from limestone outcrops on the hill itself, shaped using stone tools, and erected in precisely arranged circles with careful attention to alignment and composition. The T-shape of the pillars appears to be intentional and representational, the crosstop of the T likely representing a head or a stylized human upper body, making the pillars themselves anthropomorphic figures, abstract representations of beings of some kind, possibly ancestors, spirits, or gods. Some of the pillars have carved arms along their sides, and belts and loincloths, reinforcing the interpretation that they represent human or human-like figures. The animal carvings on the pillars are among the most remarkable features of the site. They include foxes, boars, cranes, ducks, snakes, spiders, scorpions, aurochs, gazelles, and many other species, depicted with a naturalism and an energy that reflects deep familiarity with the animal world. The animals are not arranged in obvious narrative scenes, at least not scenes we can read with confidence, but their selection and placement appear deliberate. Some researchers have suggested that particular animal species may have been associated with particular social groups, clans, or ritual functions, so that the decorated pillars served as markers of identity and affiliation within a larger social gathering. The scale of the social gathering implied by Göbekli Tepe is itself remarkable. The construction of the enclosures required the coordination and feeding of large numbers of people over extended periods. Analysis of animal bones found at the site indicates that the builders consumed enormous quantities of game, particularly aurochs and gazelles, in what appear to have been large feasting events. This evidence of large-scale communal feasting in a hunter-gatherer context suggests a level of social complexity and periodic aggregation that the conventional model of pre-agricultural society had not fully anticipated. Klaus Schmidt, before his death in 2014, proposed an idea that has been widely discussed and remains controversial. He suggested that Göbekli Tepe was not simply a product of the social complexity that usually accompanies agriculture and settlement, but that it may have been a cause of it. The need to organize the labor and food supply required to build and maintain Göbekli Tepe, he argued, may have provided an incentive to develop more reliable food production, potentially contributing to the development of agriculture in the region. The domestication of wheat, which appears to have originated in this general region of southeastern Turkey at approximately this period, is consistent with this idea, though the causal relationship remains difficult to establish. Since Schmidt's death, excavations at Göbekli Tepe have continued and have extended our understanding of the site significantly. New enclosures have been identified. New carved pillars have been found. A sister site at Karahan Tepe, also in southeastern Turkey, has been found to be even older and to contain remarkable carved figures, including a realistic human head emerging from a wall and a group of carved phalluses whose ritual significance is clearly deliberate, if obscure. Other sites in the same region are being investigated, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe was not an isolated phenomenon, but part of a broader tradition of monumental stone construction among the hunter-gatherers and early farmers of the ancient Fertile Crescent. The hilltop at Göbekli Tepe is quiet now in the evenings, after the visitors have left. The enclosures are partially covered by protective shelters, and the excavations continue their slow, careful work. The pillars stand in their circles as they have stood for 12,000 years, their carved animals still sharp in the stone, their faces, if they have faces, turned toward whatever they were always turned toward. And the questions they raise, about when human complexity truly began, about what motivated the first great building projects, about the relationship between ritual and the development of civilization, those questions have not stopped growing since the day Klaus Schmidt first picked up a flint tool on that hilltop and understood that something extraordinary was buried there. Mystery 26. The Terracotta Army and Qin Shi Huang's unopened tomb. In March 1974, farmers digging a well in Lintong County, Shaanxi Province, China, broke through into a buried chamber and found themselves looking at fragments of terracotta figures. They reported their discovery to local authorities, and archaeologists arrived to begin what would become one of the greatest archaeological projects in history, the excavation of the tomb complex of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, who died in 210 BCE. What the farmers had found was the outermost edge of an enormous funerary complex that the emperor had ordered constructed during his own lifetime. The Terracotta Army, as it has become known, consists of thousands of life-sized ceramic figures representing soldiers, officers, cavalry, chariots, and horses, arranged in military formation in a series of underground pits. The figures were created with extraordinary attention to individual detail. No two faces are identical. The soldiers differ in their hairstyles, their facial features, their expressions, their rank insignia, and the details of their armor. They were originally painted in vivid colors, traces of which survive on some figures, giving them an even more lifelike appearance than the pale gray-white of the fired clay suggests. 3 main pits of terracotta figures have been excavated, along with a 4th empty pit that may have been abandoned before it was filled. Estimates of the total number of figures vary, but most researchers believe there are approximately 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots, 520 horses, and 150 cavalry horses buried in the pits around the emperor's tomb mound. The scale of the enterprise is staggering. Each figure was produced from a combination of mass-produced parts, torsos and legs made in molds, and individually crafted heads and details, a manufacturing system that combined efficiency with the appearance of uniqueness. The soldiers were armed with real weapons. Bronze swords, crossbow triggers, spears, and arrowheads have been found throughout the pits, many of them still sharp after more than 2,000 years. The bronze weapons were treated with a chromium coating that provided extraordinary resistance to corrosion, a technology that was not rediscovered in the modern world until the 20th century. Whether this treatment was deliberate or an accidental consequence of the alloy composition used remains debated, but the results are remarkable. But the terracotta army, extraordinary as it is not the central mystery. It is the contents of the tomb mound itself that most fascinate researchers, because the tomb has never been opened. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang lies beneath a large earthen mound approximately 76 meters high, situated about 1.5 kilometers from the terracotta pits. Ancient Chinese historians, particularly the great historian Sima Qian, who wrote about 2 centuries after the emperor's death, described the tomb's interior in terms that read almost like a fantasy, but that have gained credibility as the surrounding complex has been excavated. Sima Qian wrote that the tomb contained a model of the empire in miniature, with rivers of mercury flowing into seas of mercury, with the heavens represented on the ceiling in gems, and the earth below mapped with precious metals, all illuminated by lamps designed to burn indefinitely. He described mechanical crossbows set to fire automatically at anyone who entered, and he described the burial of the craftsmen who knew the tomb's secrets inside it, to prevent them from revealing what lay within. Modern geochemical surveys of the soil around the tomb mound have detected anomalously high concentrations of mercury, consistent with the presence of large quantities of the liquid metal within the sealed burial. This is one of the most striking confirmations of an ancient literary account by modern scientific methods, and it has given archaeologists reason to take Sima Qian's other descriptions more seriously than might otherwise be warranted. Why has the tomb not been opened? The answer is a combination of technical and ethical considerations. Opening the tomb would risk destroying its contents. Many of the terracotta figures have lost their original paint within minutes of exposure to air, the colors oxidizing and fading almost instantaneously after millennia of preservation in the sealed, oxygen-poor environment of the pits. Whatever organic materials, textiles, wooden objects, and painted surfaces survive inside the sealed tomb would face the same risk. Chinese authorities have made the decision, which most international archaeologists support, to leave the tomb sealed until preservation technology is sufficient to protect whatever is found when it is opened. That moment has not yet arrived, and so the first emperor of China lies in his sealed chamber, surrounded by his mercury rivers and his jeweled ceiling, with his terracotta army standing guard outside, and the world waits to see what he took with him into the dark. Mystery 27. The Sacsayhuaman stonework. Above the city of Cusco in the Peruvian Andes, on a hill overlooking the valley where the Inca capital spread across the confluence of 2 rivers, there stands a fortress or ceremonial complex whose walls have inspired wonder, skepticism, and careful engineering analysis for nearly 5 centuries. The site is called Sacsayhuaman, pronounced roughly Sacsayhuaman, and its most striking feature is the system of zigzagging walls constructed of enormous limestone blocks, fitted together without mortar in a style of masonry that takes the Inca tradition of precise stone fitting to its most dramatic extreme. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are built in 3 parallel zigzagging tiers, each tier set back from the one below, creating a terraced defensive structure that dominates the hillside above Cusco. The blocks used in the lowest and most impressive tier are truly enormous. The largest identified block is estimated to weigh approximately 125 tons, standing approximately 8.5 meters tall. Other blocks in the 3 tiers weigh between 10 and 100 tons. They were quarried from limestone outcrops in the surrounding mountains, some of them several kilometers from the site, and transported to their positions using human labor, wooden sledges, ropes, levers, and earthen ramps. What makes Sacsayhuaman particularly remarkable is not just the size of the blocks, but the complexity of their fitting. Unlike many megalithic structures where large blocks are roughly shaped and fitted approximately, the stones of Sacsayhuaman are shaped with extraordinary precision, to fit their immediate neighbors in 3 dimensions. Each stone is a unique shape, fitting against multiple adjacent stones at complex angles, so that the wall presents an interlocking surface that distributes stress and resists earthquake damage with remarkable effectiveness. The irregular, interlocking shapes mean that the blocks cannot simply slide out of position, and the result is a structure that has survived numerous major earthquakes, including a severe one in 1950, largely intact while more conventionally built structures around it collapsed. The question of how the Inca achieved this level of precision in stone fitting has generated considerable discussion. The answer appears to involve a combination of trial fitting, gradual adjustment, and the use of abrasion techniques that allowed stones to be ground against their neighbors until the surfaces conformed exactly. It was an extraordinarily labor-intensive process, but the Inca had access to organized labor on a massive scale through the MITA system, a form of labor taxation by which subjects of the empire contributed periods of work on state projects in lieu of other taxes. The function of Sacsayhuaman has been debated since the Spanish conquest. The Spanish conquistadors called it a fortress, and it did serve military purposes during the Great Inca Revolt of 1536, when the Inca prince Manco Inca used it as the base for his siege of Cusco. But many researchers believe that its primary function was ceremonial rather than military. Its location overlooking Cusco, its enormous scale, and the investments of labor it required all suggest that it was primarily an expression of Inca power and a site for major religious ceremonies, particularly those associated with the sun festival of Inti Raymi. The flat terrace above the walls would have provided an ideal gathering place for large ceremonial events, and the walls themselves may have served partly as a theatrical backdrop, a demonstration of Inca capacity and divine favor. The Spanish colonizers, recognizing in Sacsayhuaman an inexhaustible supply of pre-cut building stone, systematically dismantled much of the upper portions of the complex to use as building material for colonial Cusco. The churches, palaces, and civic buildings of the Spanish city were built in large part from Inca stone, and estimates suggest that the portion of Sacsayhuaman visible today represents only a fraction of the original structure. What stands now is primarily what was too large and too deeply embedded to be easily removed. Mystery 28. The Carnac Stones. In the Brittany region of northwestern France, in a landscape of small fields, hedgerows, and ancient churches, there is something that has no real parallel anywhere else in the world. Stretching across the countryside near the town of Carnac are approximately 3,000 standing stones, arranged in long parallel rows that extend for several kilometers across the landscape. They range in size from small stones barely a meter tall to massive menhirs towering 4 meters or more above the ground, and they stand in their rows with a regularity that is clearly deliberate, clearly the result of careful human planning and enormous collective effort. The Carnac stone alignments, as they are called, were erected over a very long period during the Neolithic and early Bronze Age, roughly between 4500 and 2000 BCE. This makes them broadly contemporary with Stonehenge and with the megalithic traditions that produced monuments across a wide area of Western Europe during this period. The Carnac alignments are, however, quite different in character from Stonehenge. Where Stonehenge is a circular arrangement of large stones clearly designed as a unified composition, the Carnac alignments are fundamentally linear, their long rows stretching across the landscape in a manner that suggests movement, procession, direction. There are several separate groups of alignments in the Carnac area. The largest, called the Menec alignments, consists of 11 rows of stones extending for over a kilometer, beginning in the east with a partially ruined stone enclosure and ending in the west with another enclosure. The Kermerio alignments contain over 1,000 stones in 10 rows extending for about 1.2 kilometers. The Kurliskan alignments are somewhat smaller, but include a large stone enclosure at their eastern end. Between and around these main groups are numerous other megalithic monuments, dolmens, tumuli, and isolated standing stones, creating a landscape saturated with prehistoric human activity. What were the Carnac alignments for? This question has been the subject of scholarly debate for centuries, and the honest answer remains that we do not know with confidence. Astronomical theories have been proposed, with various researchers identifying alignments with lunar, solar, or stellar positions at significant times of year. Some of these alignments appear to be genuine, though whether they were the primary purpose of the monument or incidental to other functions is unclear. The sheer number of rows and stones means that some alignments with astronomical events are statistically inevitable. Funerary and ancestor veneration functions have been proposed, given that the Karnak area contains numerous burial monuments. It is possible that the stone rows served as processional routes for funeral rites, or that they were associated with the spiritual power of ancestors whose remains were interred in the surrounding tombs. Some researchers have suggested that the alignments represent territorial markers, expressions of a community's presence and authority in a particular landscape. Others have proposed that they were connected to seasonal gatherings, market fairs, or other communal events that drew people from a wide area. The stones themselves have been part of the local landscape for so long that they have accumulated layers of folklore and legend. Local traditions describe them as a Roman legion turned to stone by the action of a Christian saint, or as the army of the legendary King Gradlon, frozen in place by supernatural means. These legends, whatever their relationship to the original purpose of the monument, speak to the deep integration of the stones into local cultural memory over the 4,000 to 6,000 years they have been standing. Many of the Karnak stones have been rearranged over the centuries by local farmers clearing land, by 19th century antiquarians who moved stones to fit their theories, and by various other historical interventions. The alignments as they stand today may not precisely replicate their original arrangement. This complicates any interpretation that relies on exact orientations or precise spatial relationships between stones. What is not in doubt is the scale of the communal effort that created them. Moving and erecting thousands of stones, some of them very large, over a landscape of several square kilometers required organized cooperation sustained over many generations. Whatever the alignments meant to their creators, the meaning was important enough to justify that extraordinary investment. And the stones are still there, standing in their long rows in the Breton countryside, older than almost everything around them, patient with the questions they have been asked for so long. Mystery 29. The Phaistos Disc. In 1908, during excavations at the Minoan Palace of Phaistos on the southern coast of Crete, Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier discovered a disc of fired clay approximately 16 centimeters in diameter. On both sides of the disc, arranged in a spiral pattern running from the edge toward the center, were impressed symbols, 45 distinct signs repeated in varying sequences, 241 signs in total on the two sides. The symbols were clearly made by pressing individual stamps or seals into the soft clay before it was fired, making this the earliest known example of what might be called movable type printing. And the symbols have never been deciphered. The Phaistos disc is one of the most discussed and most controversial objects in all of ancient archaeology. It has been the subject of more than 100 proposed decipherment attempts. None of them has achieved acceptance by more than a small minority of specialists. It remains, after more than a century of study, an object whose meaning and origin and function are entirely unknown. The 45 distinct signs on the disc include a walking figure, a head with a feathered crown, a hand, a fish, an eagle or bird in flight, a beehive shape, a shield, a ship, and a variety of other forms both recognizable and abstract. The signs are grouped into segments separated by lines, with each segment containing between 2 and 7 signs. This structure is consistent with a syllabic writing system where each segment represents a word or a phrase, but it is also consistent with other organizational principles. The total number of sign tokens, 241, is very small for a meaningful text if the signs represent an alphabetic or syllabic system, though it could contain a complete short text if the signs have logographic or pictographic values. Where did the disc come from? This is itself a question without a definitive answer. It was found at Phaistos, but the clay it was made from has been analyzed and does not match local Cretan clay sources. Some researchers have proposed that it was imported from Anatolia or from another Aegean location. Others have suggested it was made at Phaistos using imported clay. The signs on the disc do not correspond to any known Cretan or Aegean writing system, which has led to proposals that it was made in a different cultural area and arrived in Crete through trade or as a diplomatic gift. That a small number of researchers have questioned whether the disc is genuine at all, raising the possibility that it was a modern forgery planted during the excavation. This skeptical position has been held by a minority, but has never been entirely put to rest, though most specialists accept the disk's authenticity. If it is genuine, it is a highly unusual object with no clear parallels, and no other objects bearing the same script have been found despite more than a century of extensive excavation across the Aegean world. Only two other objects have been proposed as bearing the same script as the Phaistos disk. One is a bronze axe found at Archaeological on Crete. Some of its inscribed signs resemble those on the disk, though the identification is not universally accepted. The extreme rarity of objects bearing this script means that even if a partial decipherment were proposed, it could never be verified against a large enough corpus. The disk sits in the Heraklion Archaeological Museum in Crete, under glass, its spiral of unknown signs preserved in the fired clay that has kept them safe for 3,500 years. People stand before it and try to make out patterns. Scholars propose grammars and phonetic values and possible translations. And the disk, fired in some ancient kiln by hands whose identity we will never know, continues to keep whatever it knows entirely to itself. Mystery 30. The Yonaguni Monument. In 1987, a dive instructor named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off the coast of Yonaguni-jima, the westernmost island of Japan, looking for hammerhead sharks when he encountered something remarkable on the seafloor. At a depth of between 5 and 30 meters, he found what appeared to be a series of large flat stone platforms with sharp angular edges, step-like formations, terraces, and what looked like carved architectural features, extending over an area of roughly 150 meters long and 40 meters wide. The discovery quickly attracted the attention of divers and researchers, and it has been the subject of intense debate ever since. The Yonaguni Monument, as it came to be called, presents the fundamental question that lies at the heart of its mystery. Is it a natural geological formation, created by the fracturing and erosion of sandstone under the forces of currents and geological processes? Or is it an artificial structure, built or significantly modified by human hands at some point in the past? And if it is artificial, when was it built, and by whom? And how did it come to be submerged? The natural formation interpretation points to the fact that the sandstone in the Yonaguni area fractures naturally along regular planes, creating angular features and flat surfaces that can resemble architectural forms. Geologists who have examined the site have noted that the types of right-angle features, parallel grooves, and flat terraces visible at Yonaguni can be produced by natural processes without any human intervention. The fracturing of layered sedimentary rock along bedding planes and joint systems is well understood and can produce exactly the kind of angular forms visible at the site. The artificial or modified structure interpretation, championed most prominently by the Japanese geologist Masaaki Kimura, points to features that seem more difficult to explain as purely natural formations. These include what appears to be a carved staircase ascending one face of the monument, a feature that looks remarkably like an arched doorway, and several large isolated stones that appear to have been placed deliberately. Kimura argued that even if the basic structure is natural, there is evidence of significant human modification, with natural features enhanced, extended, and given architectural form by people who recognized and worked with the underlying geology. If the Yonaguni Monument is artificial or significantly modified, it would have to date to a time when the site was above sea level, which based on estimates of sea level rise following the last ice age would have been at least 10,000 years ago. This would make it older than Göbekli Tepe and would require a significant revision of what we know about the complexity of human societies in the Pacific region at that time. It is this implication that makes the question so contentious. The stakes of the answer are very high. No stone tools, no artifacts, no inscriptions have been found at the Yonaguni site. This absence does not prove the formation is natural, since organic materials would not survive submersion for 10,000 years, and stone tools might be present but not yet found. But it does mean that the case for a human origin rests primarily on the visual and geometric character of the formation rather than on direct archaeological evidence. The waters around Yonaguni remain an active dive site, and researchers continue to study the formation. The debate between the natural and artificial interpretations has not resolved, and it may be that a definitive answer will require techniques not yet available or applied. In the meantime, the monument sits on the seafloor in its deep green quiet, angular and ambiguous, collecting questions. Mystery 31. The underwater city of Dvarka. In the shallow waters of the Gulf of Khumbat off the western coast of India, in the state of Gujarat, there is an area of submerged ruins that was first identified by marine archaeologists in 1988 in surveys around the modern city of Dvarka. The modern city of Dvarka is itself one of the holiest cities in Hinduism, associated in the sacred texts of the Mahabharata and other ancient literature with the legendary kingdom of Krishna, the divine hero whose life and teachings form a central strand of Hindu devotional tradition. The discovery of ancient structures beneath the waters near Dvarka raised immediate and profound questions about the relationship between the legendary city described in ancient Sanskrit texts and the physical remains on the seafloor. Excavations by India's National Institute of Oceanography, directed by archaeologist S.R. Rao, recovered stone anchors, pottery, and structural remains from the seabed, which Rao dated to roughly 1500 BCE, suggesting that a significant settlement had indeed existed in the area before being submerged by rising sea levels. But it was a subsequent discovery that generated far more dramatic attention. In 2001, oceanographers from the National Institute of Ocean Technology, conducting sonar surveys in the Gulf of Khumbat, detected what appeared to be a large area of geometric structures on the seafloor at depths of around 30 to 40 meters, roughly 9 kilometers off the coast. The sonar images showed what appeared to be regular patterns of walls, streets, and building foundations extending over a very large area. Subsequent dredging of the site recovered artifacts including pottery, wood, and what appeared to be carved stone. Carbon dating of some of the recovered material produced dates that were extraordinary, some as old as 7,000 to 9,000 years, which would place the settlement at the very end of the last ice age, when sea levels in the region were significantly lower. If those dates are correct, and this is a significant qualification, the Gulf of Khumbat site would represent one of the oldest known urban settlements in the world, predating the earliest known cities of Mesopotamia by several thousand years and potentially reshaping our understanding of when and where complex civilization first emerged in South Asia. The claims have been treated with considerable caution by the mainstream archaeological community, and for reasons that are scientifically legitimate. The dredging method used to recover artifacts from the site did not allow for the careful stratigraphic documentation that is essential for reliable dating. Artifacts recovered by dredging can be mixed material from different periods, and the organic material that produced the oldest carbon dates may have been naturally deposited wood or other material rather than archaeological artifacts in a meaningful sense. The sonar images, while suggestive, show geometric patterns that could reflect natural geological formations in some cases, and the resolution of the imaging is not sufficient to definitively confirm architectural features at the claimed scale. More rigorous underwater excavation using proper archaeological methods has been called for by researchers who want to evaluate the claims seriously, but such work is expensive, technically challenging in the murky waters of the Gulf of Khumbat, where visibility is very poor, and has not yet been conducted on the scale needed to resolve the debate. What makes the Dvarka mystery particularly resonant is the relationship between the physical discoveries and the ancient literary tradition. The Sanskrit texts, particularly the Mahabharata and certain Puranas, describe in considerable detail a city called Dvarka, the kingdom of Krishna, which was said to have been submerged by the sea after Krishna's death. Ancient Indian literature contains remarkably consistent descriptions of this event, of a great city consumed by the ocean, its people forced to migrate as the waters rose. These descriptions have been dismissed as pure mythology. But the discovery of ancient submerged structures in the very waters where the texts placed the legendary city has given pause to scholars who might otherwise have set the literary tradition aside entirely. The relationship between ancient mythology and geological reality is a complex one. We have seen, in our discussion of Atlantis and of other lost places, how real environmental catastrophes can crystallize into enduring legendary traditions that preserve memories of events across enormous spans of time. The post-glacial flooding of coastal areas as sea levels rose following the last ice age was a real and dramatic process that affected coastal populations around the world. It is entirely plausible that memories of submerged homelands persisted in oral traditions and eventually found their way into the literary record. Whether the specific site in the Gulf of Khumbat represents anything connected to the legendary Dvarka remains an open question. The archaeology is genuinely uncertain. The literary tradition is genuinely ancient. And the sea holds, as it always holds, more than we can presently see. Mystery 32. The giant stone jars of Laos. In the highlands of Xiang Kuang province in central Laos, spread across a rolling landscape of grassy plains and forested hills, there are thousands of enormous stone jars. They are, quite straightforwardly, jars, or at least jar-shaped objects, carved from solid stone, standing between 1 and 3 meters tall, with openings at their tops and walls that taper slightly toward the base. They range in weight from under a ton to approximately 14 tons. They are made from various types of stone, including sandstone, granite, limestone, and conglomerate, quarried from sources in the surrounding region. And they have been sitting in the landscape of the Xiang Kuang Plateau for somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 years, their original purpose the subject of scholarly discussion for decades. The area where the jars are found is called the Plain of Jars, and it contains over 90 individual sites where the jars are clustered, sometimes in groups of just a few, sometimes in groups of several hundred. The largest site, known as Site 1 or Thong Hai Hin, contains over 300 jars in various states of preservation. Many jars are intact, or nearly so. Others have been broken or tipped over by centuries of weathering, agricultural activity, and more recently by bomb damage. Since the Xiang Kuang Plateau was one of the most heavily bombed areas in the world during the Vietnam War era, when the United States conducted extensive air campaigns over Laos. Unexploded ordnance continues to make excavation of many jar sites genuinely dangerous. The jars were made by a culture that existed in the region during the Iron Age, roughly between 500 BCE and 500 CE, and about which very little is known from other sources. No texts, no inscriptions, and no clear identification with any historically documented group have been established. The culture that made the jars left behind relatively few other durable artifacts, making the jars themselves the primary evidence for understanding who these people were and what they valued. What were the jars used for? The most widely accepted interpretation is that they served a funerary purpose. Excavations around the jars, which intensified from the 1930s onward and have continued more recently with new techniques, have found human bones, teeth, and cremated remains in and around many of the jars. Grave goods including ceramics, glass beads, iron implements, and other objects have been found in the vicinity, suggesting that the jar sites were places of burial or secondary burial, locations where the remains of the dead were processed or interred. One specific theory proposes that the jars were used as ossuaries, containers for the remains of the dead during a secondary burial process. In many Southeast Asian funerary traditions, both ancient and modern, the dead are not finally buried immediately, but are held in a temporary location while the flesh decomposes or is removed, after which the clean bones are placed in their final resting place. The jars may have served as the temporary holding vessels in such a process, with the remains eventually removed and buried in the surrounding soil, which would explain why some jars contain remains and others do not. Discs of stone have been found near many of the jars, and these are sometimes interpreted as lids or covers, though few are found actually covering the jar openings. Some of the discs are decorated with carved human or animal figures, adding an artistic dimension to the sites that is only beginning to be fully documented. The logistics of creating the jars are themselves interesting. Quarrying, shaping, and transporting stone objects weighing up to 14 tons across a hilly landscape, without wheeled vehicles or metal tools of high quality, required significant organization and effort. The jars were clearly important enough to their makers to justify that effort, and the distribution of jar sites across the plateau suggests that they were a widespread cultural practice rather than the project of a single community or elite. There is something deeply peaceful about the Plain of Jars, despite the violent history of the 20th century that has left craters and ordnance in the same landscape as the ancient stones. The jars sit in their grassy fields under the wide Laotian sky, weathered and patient, waiting for the careful excavation that is slowly and carefully proceeding around them. Each season of work adds a little more to the picture, and the picture remains, for now, beautifully incomplete. Mystery 33. The underground city of Derinkuyu. In the Cappadocia region of central Turkey, the landscape is unlike anywhere else on Earth. Millions of years of volcanic eruptions deposited deep layers of soft tuff, a rock formed from compressed volcanic ash, across the plateau, and millions of years of subsequent erosion carved this soft material into the extraordinary formations that make Cappadocia famous today. Tall conical pillars called fairy chimneys, deep valleys with walls of rippled stone, cave churches, and cave houses cut easily from the workable rock. Human beings have been carving into the Cappadocian tuff for thousands of years. It is soft enough to be worked with simple tools, hard enough to be stable once cut, and it provides natural insulation against both heat and cold. The cave dwellings and rock-cut churches of Cappadocia are well known and well documented. But beneath the surface, descending into the earth for depths that initially seem almost impossible to believe, there are entire cities carved from the rock, vast underground complexes that served as refuges, dwelling places, and defensive retreats for populations under threat. The largest and deepest of these underground cities is Derinkuyu. It was rediscovered in 1963 when a resident of the modern village above the site broke through a wall in his home and found a passage leading downward into an unknown space. What he had found was the entrance to one of the most remarkable architectural achievements of the ancient world, a subterranean city extending approximately 60 meters below the surface and containing living spaces, storage rooms, stables, wineries, oil presses, water wells, ventilation shafts, chapels, schools, and what appear to be meeting rooms, all carved from the soft volcanic rock and connected by a network of tunnels and staircases. Derinkuyu is estimated to have been capable of sheltering between 20,000 and 50,000 people, along with their livestock and food supplies, for extended periods. The city was designed with considerable sophistication. Large round stone doors, each weighing several tons, could be rolled into position to block the main corridors from the inside, preventing entry by hostile forces while allowing the inhabitants to remain safely below. The ventilation system, consisting of deep shafts running from the surface to the lowest levels, ensured a supply of fresh air throughout the complex. The water wells were positioned within the secured areas of the city so that besieging forces could not contaminate or cut off the water supply from above. The origins of Derinkuyu are somewhat uncertain. The site may have been begun as far back as the Bronze Age or even the Chalcolithic period, with the rock-cut Hittite city of the 2nd millennium BCE as a possible early phase. But much of the city as it now stands appears to have been expanded and developed during the 1st millennium CE, particularly during the period of early Christian settlement in Cappadocia, when communities facing persecution from various forces found in the underground cities a uniquely defensible refuge. The presence of chapels and crosses carved into the walls of Derinkuyu confirms a significant period of Christian use. Derinkuyu is connected to other underground cities in the region by a network of tunnels, some of them kilometers long, that allowed populations to move between refuge complexes without surfacing. The scale of this underground infrastructure, encompassing multiple large cities and their connecting passages across a wide area, represents an extraordinary investment in collective security, sustained over centuries by communities who clearly had compelling reasons to prepare for extended periods of concealment underground. What drove people to invest so much effort in carving refuge cities into the Cappadocian rock? The historical record suggests multiple periods of threat, including Persian invasions, Arab raids during the early Islamic period, the volatile politics of the late Roman and Byzantine empires, and other episodes of regional instability. The underground cities were not permanent residences for most of their history, but emergency retreats, activated when danger approached and abandoned when conditions improved. Archaeological evidence suggests that the cities were used intermittently over a very long period rather than continuously occupied. Descending into Derinkuyu today, passing through its narrow carved passages, ducking through doorways designed for smaller people, emerging into surprisingly large chambers that open unexpectedly from tight corridors. one feels very strongly the human desire for safety that carved this place. The rock is close on all sides. The air is cool and slightly damp. Somewhere above, the Cappadocian Plateau stretches under its wide sky. And here, in the quiet dark, carved by hands motivated by the oldest of human needs, the city waits, as it has always waited, below. Mystery 34. The Lost Roman Ninth Legion. Our final mystery tonight is different from all the others. It involves not a monument, not a script, not a submerged city or a carved landscape, but an army. A Roman army of several thousand men that marched north into the mists of northern Britain sometime in the early 2nd century CE, and, according to one influential interpretation of the historical and archaeological record, was never heard from again. The Ninth Legion, known formally as the Legio IX Hispana, was one of the most storied formations in the Roman army. Its history stretched back to the wars of the late Roman Republic, and it had served in some of the most significant campaigns of the early imperial period, including the invasion of Britain under the Emperor Claudius in 43 CE. The Ninth was stationed at York, the great legionary fortress in northern England that the Romans called Eboracum, and it played a central role in the Roman pacification and administration of northern Britain during the 1st century CE. The last certain historical record of the Ninth Legion places it in Britain in the early 2nd century CE. After that, the legion disappears from the documentary record. No inscription, no papyrus, no historical text written after roughly 120 CE mentions the Ninth Legion as an active unit. It appears on no subsequent list of Roman legions. It simply is not there. The question of what happened to the Ninth Legion was largely a matter of obscure scholarly interest until 1954, when the British author Rosemary Sutcliffe published a novel for young readers called The Eagle of the Ninth. The book tells the story of a young Roman officer who travels into the unconquered north of Britain to recover the Eagle standard of the Ninth Legion, lost when the legion was destroyed in battle by Caledonian tribes. The novel was immensely popular, was adapted for film and television, and firmly embedded in popular culture the idea that the Ninth Legion marched north into Scotland and was destroyed there, its eagle lost, its soldiers slaughtered, its very name erased from history. This narrative is compelling. It is also almost certainly wrong, or at least a significant oversimplification of a much more complex historical reality. The scholarly debate about the Ninth Legion has become more nuanced over the past several decades, as researchers have carefully re-examined the available evidence. The key question is not whether the legion disappeared from the British record, which it clearly did, but whether it disappeared because it was destroyed in Britain or because it was transferred elsewhere. Several pieces of evidence suggest the latter. Tile stamps bearing the legion's name, used to mark building materials produced by the Ninth Legion's craftsmen, have been found at Nijmegen in the modern Netherlands, at a site that was a Roman legionary base in the early 2nd century CE. If the Ninth was at Nijmegen, it was not in Britain, and it was not destroyed there. This discovery, combined with a reassessment of other archaeological and documentary evidence, led a number of scholars to propose that the Ninth Legion was transferred from Britain to the Rhine frontier and then to the eastern provinces of the empire, where it may subsequently have been destroyed in one of the many campaigns of the 2nd century CE. The Jewish revolts, the Parthian Wars, and various other conflicts of the period all provide plausible context for the destruction or disbandment of a legion that left no further trace. Other scholars remain more cautious. The Nijmegen evidence is suggestive but not conclusive. Tile stamps can be deposited long after their making, and their presence does not definitively establish that the full legion was at the site at any particular time. The absence of the Ninth from later Roman records could reflect destruction in Britain as easily as it reflects destruction elsewhere. And then there is the archaeology of northern Britain itself. The period of the early 2nd century CE, roughly coinciding with the reign of the Emperor Hadrian and the construction of Hadrian's Wall, shows evidence of significant military disruption in the north. Several Roman forts were burned, destroyed, or abandoned in quick succession. There are signs of a major military crisis in northern Britain around 117 to 122 CE, precisely the period when the Ninth Legion disappears from the record. Some researchers have connected these disturbances to a major uprising by Caledonian or Brigantian tribes, possibly inflicting significant losses on the Roman forces stationed in the north. The truth, as is so often the case with the ancient world, may be more complex than either the romantic story of a legion destroyed in the northern mists or the prosaic explanation of a transfer to another province. Military units in the Roman army were not always kept intact as cohesive formations. Detachments could be sent on different campaigns. Depleted units could be disbanded and their personnel redistributed, and the administrative record of such processes is fragmentary at best. What we can say with confidence is this: the Ninth Legion, Legio IX Hispana, was a real formation that served the Roman Empire for at least a century and a half. It was in Britain in the early decades of the 2nd century CE. After that, the record goes silent. Whether its soldiers died on a northern battlefield, whether they were shipped to a distant province and died there in someone else's war, whether the unit was quietly disbanded and its members absorbed into other formations, we do not know. The eagle may be buried somewhere in the hills of northern England or southern Scotland. It may have been melted down in a Roman workshop in the eastern Mediterranean. It may be beneath the soil of a Dutch construction site. The Ninth Legion vanished into history the way most things vanish into history, not with a dramatic last stand, but with a gradual thinning of the documentary record, a slow disappearance into the white space between the surviving sources, until nothing remains but absence, questions, and the particular melancholy of an army that left no account of its own ending. And so we reach the end of our second journey through the ancient world. We have stood in stone circles on windswept plains and descended into underground cities carved from volcanic rock. We have examined a bronze mechanism so sophisticated that it should not, by our previous understanding, exist. We have looked at scripts no living person can read, at jars whose purpose is debated, at walls whose precision defies easy explanation. We have followed a Roman army into the north and watched it disappear. We have held a small clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia and asked whether it was a battery, a storage vessel, or something else entirely. What connects all of these mysteries is not their strangeness, though they are strange. What connects them is the reminder they offer, repeated in different forms across different times and places, that the human story is far larger and far more complex than any simple version of it can contain. People were doing remarkable things long before we usually credit them with the capacity for remarkableness. They were navigating by the stars to remote Pacific islands, carving underground cities to protect their families, building astronomical computers of extraordinary precision, erecting stone circles on a scale that still impresses engineers. And most of what they knew, most of what they felt, most of what they understood about their world and their place in it, is gone. Not because it was not worth preserving, but because preservation is hard and time is long, and most of what any civilization produces is organic and fragile and not built to last. What lasts is the stone, the carved rock, the fired clay, the metal buried deep enough to survive. These are the fragments that reach us across the centuries, and from them we try, carefully and with appropriate humility, to reconstruct the minds that made them. And somewhere out there, beneath the soil of a field not yet excavated, beneath the water of a bay not yet surveyed, within the walls of a monument not yet fully understood, there is more. There is always more. The earth holds its secrets with patience that no human curiosity has yet outlasted, and the work of discovery continues, season by season, careful stroke of the brush by careful stroke of the brush, slowly expanding the small circle of light that human knowledge casts against the very large dark of everything we do not yet know. Sleep now. The ruins are quiet. The stones are still. The ancient world breathes slowly in its long rest, and all its mysteries will be here again tomorrow, waiting, as they have always waited, in the patient dark. Mystery number 35, the Voynich Manuscript. Somewhere in the rare book library of Yale University, sealed behind climate-controlled glass and cataloged under the reference number MS408, sits one of the most discussed and least understood objects in the history of human civilization. It is a book, or at least, it looks like one. It is roughly the size of a modern paperback novel. Its pages are made of vellum, which is a kind of fine parchment prepared from animal skin, most likely calf skin, stretched and dried and scraped until it became smooth enough to write upon. The book contains approximately 240 pages, though scholars believe that some pages may have been lost over the centuries. It is written by hand, in ink that has faded over time to a soft brownish tone. And it is illustrated throughout with hundreds of curious drawings, paintings really, rendered in faded greens and blues and yellows and reds. There are drawings of plants. Strange, elaborate plants that do not quite match anything in the botanical record. Their roots coil and twist in ways that real roots do not. Their leaves are shaped in ways that no known species produces. Their flowers bloom in colors and formations that seem to follow some internal logic that is entirely their own. There are drawings of astronomical charts. Circular diagrams filled with stars and symbols, arranged around central figures that might represent the sun or the moon or perhaps something else entirely. There are drawings of tiny human figures, women mostly, bathing in pools connected by an elaborate network of pipes and channels. There are drawings of what might be zodiac symbols, though arranged in ways that differ subtly from any zodiac tradition we know of. And running through all of it, filling every margin and every page, written in neat and careful lines, is the text. The text is the mystery, because no one, in over a century of serious scholarly effort, has been able to read it. The manuscript first entered the modern record in 1912, when a Polish book dealer named Wilfrid Voynich purchased it from a Jesuit college in Italy. Voynich was a man who spent his life hunting for rare and unusual books, and he recognized immediately that this particular volume was something extraordinary. He brought it back to the wider world, began showing it to scholars, and the fascination began almost immediately. But the manuscript itself is far older than 1912. Radiocarbon dating conducted in 2009 on samples taken from the vellum placed its creation somewhere between the years 1404 and 1438, putting it firmly in the early 15th century. The inks and pigments used in the illustrations are consistent with that dating. The manuscript is, by any reasonable measure, genuinely medieval. There is also a letter. Tucked into the manuscript when Voynich acquired it was a letter written in 1666 by a Bohemian scholar named Johannes Marcus Marci, who was sending the book to a famous Jesuit scholar in Rome named Athanasius Kircher. In the letter, Marci mentions that the manuscript had previously been purchased by the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who paid 600 gold ducats for it, an enormous sum, suggesting that even in the 16th century the book was considered something remarkable and valuable. Marci hoped that Kircher, who had spent years studying ancient and mysterious writing systems, might be able to decipher it. Kircher, apparently, could not. And so the manuscript passed through history, moving from hand to hand, from library to library, gathering attention and resisting understanding in equal measure. The writing itself is deeply strange. It reads from left to right, like European languages of the period. It has consistent word lengths and spacing. It shows patterns of repetition and variation that look, on the surface, very much like a natural language. Statistical analysis of the text has revealed that it follows something called Zipf's law, which is a mathematical principle that describes the frequency distribution of words in natural languages. In other words, the text behaves, statistically, as though it really is a language, but no one can find the key. Cryptographers have studied it. During the Second World War, when the world's best codebreakers were working at the height of their abilities, some of them turned their attention to the Voynich manuscript in their spare hours. They made no progress. In more recent decades, computational linguists have applied the most sophisticated algorithms available, searching for patterns, for underlying structures, for any thread that might be pulled to begin unraveling the whole. The results have been tantalizing and inconclusive. The theories are many. One of the oldest is that the manuscript is written in a simple substitution cipher, where each unknown character represents a letter in a known language. But this theory has struggled to gain traction, because even when researchers have proposed cipher keys, the decoded text has not resolved into anything meaningful. Another theory holds that it is written in an invented language, something created by its author from scratch, following invented grammatical rules. Some scholars have pointed to the late medieval period as a time when there was genuine intellectual interest in the idea of a universal or philosophical language, a tongue that might transcend the limitations of existing languages. Perhaps the Voynich manuscript is an attempt at exactly that. A more skeptical theory, which gained some attention in the early 21st century, is that the manuscript is an elaborate hoax. That someone, perhaps even Voynich himself, fabricated it to sell to a credulous buyer. But this theory has significant problems. The radiocarbon dating places the vellum firmly in the early 15th century, long before Voynich was born. And while it is possible that someone wrote on old vellum to create a convincing fake, the sheer scale and consistency of the work makes deliberate fabrication very difficult to maintain as a credible explanation. Some researchers have proposed that the text encodes a real language, but using an unusual system, perhaps a combination of abbreviations or a phonetic rendering of a language written in a non-standard way. Various candidate languages have been proposed over the years, including Arabic, Hebrew, Latin, and even some form of early Romance language. Each proposal has produced some interesting observations and then run into walls that have so far proved insurmountable. In 2019, a British academic named Gerard Cheshire published a paper claiming he had deciphered the manuscript as a form of Proto-Romance language. His claim attracted enormous media attention. It also attracted significant criticism from other scholars, who pointed out numerous methodological problems with his analysis. The consensus in the academic community remains that the manuscript has not been convincingly deciphered, and so it sits, in its climate-controlled case in New Haven, Connecticut, patient and silent and full of whatever it has always been full of. What makes the Voynich manuscript so persistently fascinating is not just the mystery of its text, but the way it combines that mystery with such apparent intention. Whoever made this book worked very hard on it. The illustrations are careful and detailed. The text is written in a consistent hand over what must have been many hours, probably many months, of labor. This was not a casual project. Someone sat down, over and over again, and filled these pages with something they considered worth recording. The question that lingers, the question that perhaps you can sit with as you rest tonight, is simply this. What were they trying to say? Mystery number 36, the Lost Roman Ninth Legion. In the year 43 of the Common Era, the Roman Emperor Claudius ordered the invasion of Britain. It was not the first time Rome had turned its attention to that cold, rainy island at the edge of the known world. Julius Caesar had made 2 expeditions there a century earlier, establishing contact and extracting tribute, but he had not stayed. Under Claudius, the commitment was more serious. 4 legions crossed the Channel, and the long, difficult, never entirely successful project of Roman Britain began. Among those 4 legions was one called the Legio Nona Hispana, the Ninth Legion. It was one of Rome's most experienced fighting forces. The Ninth had served in Spain, which is where it likely acquired the name Hispana. It had fought in the campaigns that brought Rome into Pannonia, the region we now think of as Hungary and Western Romania. It had served in Africa. By the time it arrived in Britain, it was a seasoned unit, composed of soldiers who had spent their careers marching and fighting across the breadth of the Roman world. In Britain, the Ninth was stationed primarily in the north. Its main base was at the fortress of Eboracum, which we now call York. From there, it participated in the ongoing and frequently violent effort to pacify and administer the northern territories of the province. This was not easy work. The tribes of northern Britain were numerous, proud, and deeply resistant to Roman authority that in the year 60 or 61, the Ninth suffered one of the worst defeats in its recorded history. A British queen named Boudicca, whose husband had been a client king of Rome and whose daughters had been abused by Roman officials following her husband's death, led a massive uprising. Her forces destroyed 3 Roman cities, including the proto-London settlement of Londinium. When the Ninth marched south to confront the rebels, it was ambushed and essentially destroyed. The infantry was wiped out. Only the cavalry escaped. The legion was rebuilt. New recruits were brought in, and the Ninth continued its service in Britain. Inscriptions and stamps from the legion have been found at York dating to around the year 108. Which suggests the Ninth was still very much a functioning unit in the early 2nd century. And then, sometime after that, the record goes quiet. The Ninth Legion simply disappears from history. It does not appear in any Roman military records after approximately the year 120. When historians have looked at the lists of legions active in the later 2nd century, the Ninth is not there. There is no record of it being disbanded through the normal administrative channels. There is no record of it being destroyed in a documented battle. It simply stops appearing. This disappearance became the foundation of one of the most enduring legends in Roman history, the idea that the Ninth Legion marched north into Scotland, into the territory the Romans called Caledonia, and was annihilated by the Pictish tribes, swallowed by the northern wilderness and never seen again. The legend was given its most famous form by the novelist Rosemary Sutcliffe, whose 1954 novel The Eagle of the Ninth told the story of a young Roman officer searching for the lost eagle standard of his father's destroyed legion. The book became a classic, was adapted for film, and lodged the idea of the lost ninth firmly in popular imagination. But is the legend true? This is where the archaeology becomes both fascinating and frustrating, because the evidence points in several directions at once. On one side, there are scholars who find the Scottish annihilation theory entirely plausible. Rome's relationship with Caledonia was always troubled. The Emperor Hadrian built his famous wall across northern Britain starting around 122, and one of the reasons frequently cited for that decision is the need to establish a defensible boundary, to stop trying to hold territory that was proving too costly to keep. If the Ninth Legion had been catastrophically defeated somewhere north of that line, it would help explain both the wall and the legion's disappearance. There is also some archaeological evidence that the early 2nd century was a period of significant military trouble in Britain. Ancient sources refer vaguely to disturbances and losses in the province around this time, though the details are sparse and often ambiguous. On the other side, there are scholars who find the evidence pointing in a very different direction. In the 1980s and 1990s, research into Roman military records and inscriptions began to suggest that the Ninth may not have been destroyed in Britain at all. Inscriptions mentioning officers who had served with the Ninth have been found in locations that suggest the Legion, or parts of it, were transferred to other provinces in the early 2nd century. One inscription found in the Netherlands, at a place called Nijmegen, has been interpreted as evidence that the Ninth was stationed there sometime after its last confirmed presence in York. If the Ninth moved to the continent, then its disappearance from British records is simply a matter of relocation, not destruction. And if it was later destroyed in some other province, the catastrophe happened far from the Scottish Highlands. The most commonly cited candidate for a later destruction is the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea, which took place between 132 and 136. This was one of the most serious and costly conflicts of the entire 2nd century, and Rome suffered significant losses. Some historians have suggested that the Ninth may have been sent to participate in the suppression of that revolt and destroyed there. There is also a theory connecting the Ninth to Roman campaigns in the east against Parthia, the great empire that occupied much of what is now Iran and Iraq. The early 2nd century was a period of intense Roman activity on the eastern frontier, and legions were frequently moved to meet the need. The honest answer is that we simply do not know. What we know is that a legion existed, and then it did not, and the gap between those two facts has been filled for centuries with speculation, legend, and scholarly argument. The archaeology of Roman Britain has never produced a decisive battle site, a mass grave of Roman soldiers, or an eagle standard buried in Scottish soil. The inscriptions that might clarify the Ninth's final years are fragmentary and disputed. What remains is the mystery itself and the image it conjures. Thousands of soldiers, trained and disciplined and bound by the deepest loyalties of military life, marching into a landscape of low hills and gray sky and rain, and never returning. Whether they fell in the north of Britain or the deserts of Judea or somewhere else entirely, they are gone, and they left almost nothing behind to explain where they went. Mystery number 37, the Sea Peoples. Around the year 1200 before the Common Era, something went terribly wrong in the ancient world. The Late Bronze Age had been, for several centuries, a period of remarkable sophistication and interconnection. The great civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean were in regular contact with one another. Egypt, under its powerful pharaohs, maintained diplomatic relationships with the Hittite Empire to the north, with the palace civilization of Mycenaean Greece, with the city-states of the Levantine coast, with Cyprus and Crete, and a dozen other centers of power and culture. Trade routes carried copper from Cyprus, tin from distant mines, grain from Egypt, wine and oil from the Aegean, luxury goods of glass and ivory and gold across thousands of miles of sea and land. It was, in many respects, the most globally connected world that had ever existed up to that point. And then, within the space of a few decades, it fell apart. Palace after palace went dark. The great Mycenaean centers of Mycenae and Tiryns and Pylos were burned and abandoned. The Hittite Empire, which had been one of the ancient world's great powers for centuries, collapsed so thoroughly that its capital city of Hattusa was abandoned and its very existence was forgotten until archaeologists rediscovered it in the 19th century. The cities of the Levantine coast were destroyed. Ugarit, a wealthy and cosmopolitan trading city in what is now Syria, was burned to the ground around 1185 and never rebuilt. The palace economy that had structured life across the eastern Mediterranean simply ceased to function. This event is called the Bronze Age collapse, and it is one of the most dramatic and debated episodes in all of ancient history. And at the center of the debate are a group of people known as the Sea Peoples. We know about the Sea Peoples primarily from Egyptian sources, specifically from inscriptions and reliefs left by the pharaoh Ramesses III, who ruled in the early 12th century. At his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, near modern Luxor, Ramesses left detailed accounts of his military campaigns against waves of invaders who came by land and sea, threatening Egypt from the north. These invaders are referred to in the Egyptian texts by a series of names: the Peleset, the Cheker, the Shikalesh, the Denyen, the Weshish, and others. Ramesses claimed to have defeated them decisively, and the reliefs at Medinet Habu show elaborate battle scenes, both on land and at sea, with Egyptian forces triumphing over the invaders. The Egyptians survived, though in a weakened form. Many of the civilizations to Egypt's north did not. The identity of the Sea Peoples has been debated for well over a century. The Peleset are generally believed to have become the Philistines of the biblical record, who settled along the southern coast of Canaan and are attested in the archaeological record there from roughly the 12th century onward. The Denyen have been tentatively connected to the Danaoi, one of Homer's names for the Greeks. The Shikalesh may have some connection to Sicily. The Lucca may be related to the Lycians of southwestern Anatolia. But these identifications are all provisional, and they raise as many questions as they answer. If the Sea Peoples were groups from the Aegean and Anatolia and the wider Mediterranean world, what set them in motion? What caused such large populations to uproot themselves and move? In what appeared to have been mass migrations involving not just warriors but families, with their ox carts and their household goods, across the sea toward Egypt. One possibility is that they were themselves refugees from the Bronze Age collapse, displaced populations fleeing destruction in their homelands and seeking new places to settle. In this reading, the Sea Peoples were not so much the cause of the collapse as a consequence of it. Desperate migrants caught up in a cascade of disasters that none of them fully understood or controlled. Another possibility is that they were a significant contributing cause of the collapse, that their raids and migrations disrupted the trade networks and political structures on which the palace civilizations depended, triggering a cascade of failures that ultimately brought down the entire system. In recent decades, researchers have increasingly moved toward a more complex picture, one that sees the Bronze Age collapse as a perfect storm of multiple overlapping causes. Climate change has emerged as a major factor. Paleoclimatological research has produced evidence of a prolonged drought across the eastern Mediterranean in the late 13th and early 12th centuries, a drought that would have devastated agriculture, triggered famines, destabilized governments, and set populations in motion. There is also evidence of earthquakes. Several of the destroyed cities show signs of seismic damage. And there is evidence of internal social disruption, of rebellions and migrations, and the breakdown of the highly centralized palace economies that had kept these societies functioning. In this view, the Sea Peoples were one element in a much larger catastrophe, perhaps a significant element, but not the sole explanation for the scale of what happened. What makes the Sea Peoples so enduringly mysterious is the way they appear in the record and then disappear from it. They are visible to us almost entirely through Egyptian eyes, filtered through the propaganda of a pharaoh who had every reason to portray them as a monolithic threat that he personally defeated. The nuances of who they were, where they came from, what they believed, what languages they spoke, what gods they worshipped, have been almost entirely lost. Some of them settled. The Philistines left behind archaeological traces at sites like Ashkelon and Ekron, and recent genetic research has even identified biological markers suggesting they had origins in southern Europe. But most of the sea peoples left nothing behind that we have found. No texts in their own languages, no monuments to their own gods, no records of their own understanding of the events they lived through. They move through the historical record like shadows, vast and consequential and almost entirely unknown. Mystery number 38, the Maya collapse. In the southern lowlands of what is now Guatemala and the surrounding regions, there are cities buried in the jungle. Not metaphorically buried, literally buried, in the sense that the forest has grown over them, through them, around them, until the stones of their temples and plazas and palaces have been absorbed into the landscape, wrapped in roots and draped in moss, hidden from the sky by a canopy of trees that stretches in every direction for miles. These are the cities of the classic Maya civilization, and they were, at their height, among the most sophisticated urban centers in the ancient world. The classic Maya period ran roughly from the year 250 to the year 900 of the Common Era. During this time, the Maya built dozens of major cities across the lowlands of southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. Cities like Tikal and Calakmul and Palenque and Copan, each ruled by its own dynasty of divine kings, each engaged in a complex web of warfare and diplomacy and alliance with its neighbors. Maya civilization at its height was remarkable. They developed one of the only fully functional writing systems in the ancient Americas, a complex script of hieroglyphs that recorded history, mythology, astronomy, and the genealogies of kings. They were extraordinary mathematicians, independently developing the concept of zero. They were accomplished astronomers, tracking the movements of Venus and the Moon with a precision that still impresses modern researchers. They built towering pyramid temples, elaborate palace complexes, vast reservoirs, and water management systems capable of sustaining populations of tens and sometimes hundreds of thousands of people. And then, over the course of roughly a century, from approximately 800 to 900, the southern lowland cities were abandoned. Not all of them at once, and not completely everywhere. But city after city fell silent. The great temples stopped receiving offerings. The hieroglyphic inscriptions stopped being carved. The royal courts dissolved. The populations dispersed. By the year 1000, many of the most magnificent cities of the classic Maya world were empty, and the jungle was already beginning to reclaim them. This is called the Maya collapse, and it is one of the most studied and most debated events in the entire field of archaeology. It is important to say immediately that the Maya did not disappear. There are millions of Maya people living today across Mexico and Central America, and Maya culture and identity are very much alive. What collapsed was not a people, but a particular form of political and social organization, the divine kingship system of the southern lowlands, and the dense urban populations that system had supported. But the question of why remains extraordinarily difficult to answer. The earliest, and in some ways still the most compelling explanation, is drought. The southern Maya lowlands are a region with no significant rivers or lakes. The classic Maya depended almost entirely on rainfall and on their own engineered water storage systems to supply their cities with water. They were, in other words, deeply vulnerable to changes in precipitation. Paleoclimatological research, particularly studies of lake sediments and cave formations called speleothems that record ancient rainfall patterns, has produced strong evidence of a series of severe droughts in the Maya lowlands during the 9th century. These droughts, the research suggests, may have been prolonged enough and severe enough to have made it impossible to feed the large urban populations that had grown up over the preceding centuries. A civilization under severe drought stress would have faced cascading problems. Agricultural yields would have dropped. Food stores would have been depleted. Competition for remaining resources would have intensified. The kings who legitimized their power partly through their supposed ability to mediate between the human world and the supernatural forces that controlled rain and fertility would have found their authority undermined by their apparent failure to maintain divine favor. But drought alone does not seem sufficient to explain everything that happened. There is also abundant evidence of warfare. The late Classic period shows a dramatic intensification of conflict between Maya cities. Fortifications were built. Battle scenes were carved. Captives were taken and sacrificed in increasing numbers. This warfare would have disrupted trade networks, damaged agricultural infrastructure, displaced populations, and added enormous stress to societies already struggling with environmental challenges. There is evidence of political instability and the breakdown of centralized authority. Inscriptions become rarer and more formulaic in the late Classic period, suggesting that the royal courts were losing the resources and the institutional coherence needed to maintain their traditional functions. There is evidence of environmental degradation more broadly. The Maya had been farming the same land for centuries, and in some areas the soils show signs of significant depletion by the late Classic period. Deforestation, which the Maya practiced to create agricultural land and to provide fuel for burning the enormous quantities of lime needed to make their plaster and cement, may have altered local climate patterns and increased erosion. The current scholarly consensus, to the extent there is one, is that the Maya collapse was the result of multiple interacting stresses, a perfect storm of drought and warfare, and political dysfunction and environmental degradation, each one making the others worse, until the system as a whole became unable to sustain itself. What remains debated is the relative weight of each factor and the precise sequence of events, and whether the collapse was primarily driven by factors internal to Maya society or by external environmental forces that no human institution could have managed. What remains deeply moving about the Maya collapse is the human scale of it. Behind the statistics of abandoned cities and falling populations were millions of individual lives being lived through a period of extraordinary difficulty. Farmers watching their crops fail, families leaving behind the houses their grandparents had built, kings performing the rituals that had always brought rain, and watching the sky remain empty and blue. Somewhere in the jungle of Guatemala, wrapped in roots and silence, the stones of those cities are still keeping whatever record they have left to keep. Mystery number 39, Linear A and the Lost Language of the Minoans. On the island of Crete, sometime around the year 1900 before the Common Era, a civilization began to flourish that would leave behind some of the most beautiful art the ancient world ever produced. We call them the Minoans, a name given to them by the archaeologist Arthur Evans, who excavated the great palace complex at Knossos in the early 20th century and named the civilization after the legendary King Minos of Greek mythology. The Minoans themselves, whatever they called themselves, have left behind frescoes of extraordinary elegance, depicting dolphin and bull and flowing, stylized figures of women in elaborate dress. They built palaces of sophisticated design, with running water and elaborate drainage systems and multi-story architecture that was centuries ahead of its time in the Aegean world. And they wrote things down. We know they wrote things down because they left behind writing. Two related writing systems, actually. The earlier one, which may itself have developed from an even earlier pictographic script, is called Linear A. The later one, which developed from it and was used by the Mycenaean Greeks who eventually came to dominate Crete, is called Linear B. Linear B was deciphered in 1952 by a young British architect named Michael Ventris in one of the great intellectual achievements of the 20th century. Working from a large collection of clay tablets found at Knossos and at sites on the Greek mainland, Ventris demonstrated that Linear B recorded an early form of Greek, which he called Mycenaean Greek. The decipherment was confirmed by subsequent scholars and is now universally accepted. Thanks to Linear B, we can read the administrative records of the Mycenaean palace economies, the lists of goods and personnel and offerings that the palace scribes recorded on their clay tablets. But Linear A has never been deciphered. Linear A is older than Linear B, and it records a different language, the language the Minoans themselves spoke before the Mycenaean Greeks arrived. Since many of the signs in Linear A look similar or identical to signs in Linear B, scholars have been able to assign approximate phonetic values to many of the Linear A signs, borrowing from the known values in Linear B. The problem is that when you read those phonetic values, the resulting text is not Greek. It is not any known language. The sounds that the Linear A signs appear to represent, when combined according to the patterns visible in the texts, produce something that does not correspond to any language in the Indo-European family, or to any other known language family, or to anything else that has been convincingly identified. The Minoan language, it seems, stands alone. This is technically described by linguists as a language isolate, a language with no demonstrable relationship to any other known language. There are other language isolates in the world, the most famous being Basque, spoken in the borderlands of Spain and France, which appears to be a survivor of a pre-Indo-European language family. But most language isolates at least occur in contexts where we have living speakers or extensive texts. The Minoan language comes to us only through the limited and largely administrative corpus of linear A tablets, and we cannot read them with any confidence. The linear A tablets are relatively few in number. Most of them are administrative documents, lists of goods, records of transactions, inventories of storerooms. They were preserved, like the linear B tablets, not by any deliberate effort at archiving, but by accident, baked hard by the fires that destroyed the palaces that housed them. The fires that killed the palace administrations preserved their records. Scholars have made various attempts to connect Minoan to other languages. Some have proposed connections to the ancient languages of Anatolia, the peninsula we now call Turkey, on the grounds that the Minoans may have originally migrated from that region. Genetic research published in the past decade has in fact suggested that the Minoans show significant genetic affinity with populations from Anatolia and the ancient Near East, which is consistent with a migration from that direction. Others have proposed connections to languages of the ancient Near East more broadly, or to other unknown languages of the prehistoric Mediterranean. None of these proposals has achieved anything approaching scholarly consensus because without a bilingual text, without something like the Rosetta Stone that unlocked Egyptian hieroglyphics, there is no firm footing from which to begin a secure decipherment. What we are left with is a tantalizing partial picture. We can see the shapes of the signs. We can make educated guesses about some of their sound values. We can see that certain sign combinations appear repeatedly, which suggests they represent common words or grammatical elements. But the meaning behind those shapes and sounds remains hidden. There is something poignant about this particular mystery, because the Minoans were, by the evidence of their art, a people of remarkable sensibility. The frescoes they left behind show a world of beauty and movement, of young athletes vaulting over the backs of bulls, of priestesses in elegant robes, of landscapes filled with flowers and birds. These were people who cared about depicting the living world. What they wrote down, what they wanted to preserve, what they thought was worth recording, remains entirely unknown to us. Their language went silent sometime around 1450 before the Common Era, when the Mycenaean Greeks took control of Crete and replaced Linear A with their own Linear B script. Whatever speakers of Minoan remained gradually shifted to Greek, and the language faded from use without leaving any clear descendants. Somewhere in the sounds of that lost language are the names of their gods, and the words of their prayers, and the stories they told their children, and whatever they thought about the sea that surrounded them and the mountains that rose behind their palaces. We have the shapes of the letters. We do not yet have the words. Mystery number 40, the tomb of Alexander the Great. He died in Babylon in June of 323 before the Common Era, at the age of 32, after a fever that lasted 11 days. He was, at the time of his death, the ruler of the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen, a domain that stretched from Greece and Egypt in the west to the edges of India in the east. He had never lost a battle. He had transformed the political and cultural landscape of 3 continents. And he left behind no clear heir, no clear plan for succession, and no record of his wishes regarding his own burial. His name was Alexander, and he is called the Great, and no one knows where he is buried. This is perhaps the most tantalizing of all the mysteries we have considered tonight, because unlike the Voynich Manuscript or Linear A, we are not dealing with a text we cannot read. We know a great deal about Alexander. We have detailed ancient sources describing his campaigns, his personality, his relationships, his death, and the aftermath of that death. We know that his body was preserved and fought over and eventually interred in a magnificent tomb. We simply do not know where that tomb is now. After Alexander died, his generals, who are called the Didakai, the successors, immediately began fighting over his empire. One of the first things they fought over was his body. In the ancient world, the possession of a great ruler's remains was a matter of enormous political and religious significance. To control Alexander's tomb was to claim a kind of legitimacy, to associate oneself with his divine glory. The general Ptolemy, who would eventually become the ruler of Egypt, succeeded in intercepting the funeral cortege that was transporting Alexander's body and redirecting it to Egypt. Alexander's body was first taken to Memphis, the ancient Egyptian capital, and then moved to Alexandria, the great city Alexander had founded on the Mediterranean coast and which would bear his name forever. In Alexandria, a magnificent tomb was constructed, and Alexander's body was placed within it. For several centuries, Alexander's tomb in Alexandria was one of the most famous monuments in the ancient world. Roman leaders made pilgrimages to visit it. Julius Caesar reportedly wept there, reflecting on how much Alexander had achieved at an age when Caesar himself had accomplished so little. Augustus Caesar visited and was said to have placed a golden crown on the mummy's head. Caligula visited and took Alexander's breastplate as a souvenir. And then, gradually, the references stop. The last clear ancient references to Alexander's tomb date from around the late 4th century of the Common Era. After that, the historical record goes silent on the subject. The tomb is not mentioned by reliable sources as a standing monument after that point. Alexandria in the centuries that followed was a city of enormous upheaval. It experienced riots, invasions, earthquakes, and the gradual changes that came with the transition from the ancient to the medieval world. The coastline itself has shifted over the millennia, and portions of ancient Alexandria now lie beneath the waters of the Mediterranean. Where's the tomb? This question has been asked, with varying degrees of seriousness and methodology, for centuries. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as Alexandria became accessible to modern archaeologists, the search intensified. Dozens of proposed sites have been investigated. Ancient crypts have been examined. Old churches and mosques built on ancient foundations have been carefully studied, on the theory that Alexander's tomb might have been incorporated into later structures, as happened with many ancient monuments. Alexandria is a living city of millions of people, which makes systematic archaeological investigation enormously difficult. Much of the ancient city lies beneath modern streets and buildings. Excavations are possible only in limited areas, and the results, while often interesting, have not yet produced the discovery everyone is hoping for. Some researchers have proposed that the tomb might lie beneath the Mosque of the Prophet Daniel in central Alexandria, a site that has long been associated in local tradition with the tomb of a great prophet, and which some scholars have tentatively connected to Alexander. Excavations near the site have found ancient remains, but nothing that can be definitively identified as Alexander's tomb. Others have proposed that the tomb was moved or destroyed in antiquity, that the upheavals Alexandria suffered in the late ancient period may have resulted in its loss or deliberate dismantling. If the tomb was a pagan monument, it might have been a target during the Christian period, when the destruction of pagan sacred sites was not uncommon. There is even a theory, proposed by some researchers, that Alexander's body was moved from Alexandria to another location entirely, perhaps back to Macedonia, his homeland. In the centuries after his death, in 2019, a Greek archaeologist named Liana Savaltsi renewed claims that she had found evidence of Alexander's tomb at the Siwa oasis in Egypt, in the western desert near the Libyan border. Alexander had made a famous pilgrimage to the oracle at Siwa during his lifetime, and the oracle had reportedly declared him the son of the god Ammonius. The idea that he might have wished to be buried there has a certain poetic logic. But Savaltsi's claims have been disputed by other archaeologists and have not gained broad scholarly acceptance. And so Alexander the Great, who conquered half the known world before he was 33, who founded cities from Egypt to Afghanistan that still bear traces of his passing, who was worshipped as a god in his own lifetime by the peoples he had conquered, lies in an unknown place, in an unmarked grave, or in a tomb so thoroughly buried beneath 2,000 years of city life that it has not yet been found. There is something fitting about that, in a way. Alexander was always moving. His entire adult life was a campaign, a constant forward motion from one horizon to the next. Perhaps it is appropriate that even his final resting place remains somewhere ahead of us, just out of reach, waiting to be found. Reflection. We have come a long way tonight, through the pages of an unreadable book and across the muddy terrain of a Roman province, and into the chaos of a collapsing Bronze Age world, and through the jungle silence of abandoned cities, and along the shores of an island whose language has been lost, and down into the question of where a conqueror was finally laid to rest. 6 mysteries. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Each one a place where the human record has gone quiet, where the evidence runs out, where the scholars look at what they have and acknowledge that it is not quite enough. There is a lesson in this, though it is a gentle one, appropriate for the late hour and the slow drift toward sleep. The lesson is that knowledge has edges, that history, for all its richness and detail, is full of silences, that the ancient world was vast and complex and full of people living full lives, and most of those lives left nothing behind. The ones who did leave something behind, a manuscript, a legion's name carved in stone, a palace wall covered in paintings, a city buried in jungle, a handful of clay tablets, a pharaoh's inscription about mysterious invaders, left only fragments. And we, looking back across thousands of years, try to build from those fragments a picture of something whole. We are very good at it, in many ways. Archaeology and linguistics and climate science and genetics have given us tools that previous generations could not have imagined. We know things today about the ancient world that would have seemed like magic to scholars of 2 centuries ago. And yet the mysteries remain. They remain because the past is genuinely, irreducibly lost in ways that no technology can fully recover. The Minoan scribe who pressed a stylus into wet clay and recorded something that mattered was not thinking about us. The Roman soldier who marched north with the Ninth Legion was not leaving a trail for future historians to follow. The Maya king who watched his city empty was not composing an explanation for posterity. They were simply living, in the way that all people in all times simply live, without knowing what would survive of them and what would not. What survives is always a matter of accident as much as intention. The Voynich Manuscript survived because someone kept it, passed it along, valued it even without understanding it. Alexander's tomb has not survived, or at least has not survived in a form we can find, despite the fact that powerful people tried very hard to preserve it. The mysteries, in the end, are not failures of history. They are its honest self-portrait. And now the night is quiet, and the questions can rest alongside everything else that rests in the darkness. The manuscript is in its case in New Haven. Its pages still turn to whatever page they have always been turned to. Somewhere beneath the streets of Alexandria, perhaps, something ancient is waiting. In the jungles of Guatemala, the temples stand in the green silence, and the stones hold whatever the stones have always held. You can let it all be unknown tonight. There will be more mysteries and more journeys through the forgotten corridors of the past. But for now, there is only the slow, easy drift into sleep and the comfortable knowledge that the ancient world, with all its secrets, is not going anywhere. It will still be there in the morning, and so will the questions. Sleep well.